afraid of is the zebra. Nothing. I only fear during break. Why I'm afraid of only zebras. Thank you so much. Just want to welcome you to the Faculty of Management and Law International Conference. And of course, the theme for this conference is integrating sustainable legal, economic, and leadership innovations amidst global conflicts and environmental challenges. If there is one matter that we all can agree on, is the issue of sustainability. And even the UN has developed some sustainable development goals just to indicate how important it is for us to live peaceably in this kind of a world with all the changes that we are witnessing. Let me also start by saying, in any conference, one of the things that really I take pride of and I enjoy is the ability of people to think generally outside of the box. And I also even want to encourage us to say the best thing you can do when you attend a conference is not just to present your paper and you say, I'm done. It's in actual fact an opportunity for us to learn from others and also to understand things that we may not understand. I never did much of science when I was in high school, but I take serious interest because as I go deep in it, I start to understand that there are certain things that are hidden in science that we can actually use. And the issue now, in this day and age, that will differentiate you from anybody is the ability to integrate so many things and principles. Some of the things even that we have believed for years may need to be debunked and changed because of new researches. There are some things that we have believed for years, and we thought that this is how things were. I personally am experimenting with science on my body, and I'm actually developing other new thinking. But there were things that we believed this was it. We are now learning that it may not be true. Are you just following a conventional way of doing things without necessarily being critical about issues? This day and age, we have to be thinking critically and also to question some of the theories that we have believed for years. Why is it that if we have been, for example, given a protocol to say if you eat like this, you must be healthy, but we see a lot of people eating in that particular way getting sick? Yet some people are going against such kind of things, but they are developing other benefits. For your own information, I'm disclosing, I don't eat any carbohydrates, I eat a lot of meat and fat, but I'm losing weight. I want you to understand that science has told us so many times that if you eat fat, you will be sick. If you go deep in science today, you may actually realize something differently. Why am I saying this? There are certain theories and things that if we just take them without deeply thinking about them, we may lead ourselves in the wrong direction. We must not all be as sick as we are, but there is something going wrong somewhere. So even in terms of sustainability, if we don't think deeply about certain issues and matters, we may not get to where we want to get to. I want you to understand this. The power of understanding is in us. That is why, allow me to say this. I always say, if you get offended because I believe in a particular faith, allow me, you can close your eyes or your ears for now. This is what I believe in, and I want you to understand something. If you were to go to, as I'm introducing this conference, I want you to understand that the issues of research are also to do with God. Let me indicate this to you. If you go to Proverbs 25, verse 2, it says, it is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter. All of us here can be like kings if we were to search out matters, to try to understand why is it that certain things are acting the way they act. If you were also to go to if you were to read from verse 3 going down, it says, through wisdom, a house is built. So you need wisdom to build a house. Then it also goes on to say, and by understanding, it is established. So you can build it by wisdom, but to now make it stand, to establish it, you need understanding. What is the research? It is about trying to understand matters. These matters exist out there, but we need to understand them. As we are trying even now to say, we are trying to integrate, bring them together, we make the right connections, we will start to develop solutions that we have never developed. Some of the things also that we have connected are not supposed to be connected. We need now to be able to separate the things we must separate and bring together the things we must bring together. It goes on to say, by knowledge the rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is strong, and we can only be strong if we are wise. And what makes us wise? Maybe it's this research. So it says a wise man is strong. Yes, a man of knowledge increases strength. The last verse I will read is 6. It says, for by wise counsel you will wage war. I mean, your own war. And it then says in the last part, and in a multitude of counselors there is safety. When I look at all of us gathered here, we are like counselors coming up with different views, ways, and coming up with something. The more you research on a matter, even if it might have been researched, you are confirming it. If you are the only person who has come up with some kind of a thinking that cannot be confirmed by anybody, you may doubt that study. It has to be confirmed. That is why here it's saying, in a multitude of counselors, there is safety. We are safe when we start to see certain things moving and developing in a particular way. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you all to this conference, and like I've indicated, this is a place for us to learn. This is a place for us to understand things that we have never understood. It is no longer plausible for you to say, I am only an expert in this area, I will never listen to what is happening in the other area. The more you start to learn from another area, you will actually start to develop certain things. What I've learned as well is the fact that many young doctors actually have the ability to pick cancer before an old doctor. Why? Don't get too comfortable to say, I've done this for years and I know everything. As a researcher, you are always a student, trying to learn from somebody, trying to get new thinking. And you only can do that if you continuously learn and you continuously try to discover new things. As you discover those new things, you connect with your own area. Most of the developments come from a person who says, I am based in this field, but I'm moving into that area. When you combine more than one theories, you are likely to produce something better. So if you can connect the right dots, develop something new, we will be different. And we will actually be able to solve the issues of sustainability. We must think outside of the box, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all. And without taking much time, I'm not going to be long here, but I want to just say to us all, we are here and we must be here with happiness, with the eagerness, and with a heart that is willing to learn. Open that heart, because it is only for an open heart that it can receive something. One thing we must also know, there are 3 things that are constant. You need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. That process of doing these 3 things speaks of development and innovation. There is no innovation without new connections. There is no innovation without probably debunking certain things that you've believed in. And you said, but we have done this for years. Innovation means doing something different, coming up with different things that have never been brought about. But where do you bring it? The ordinary things. What makes something extraordinary is when you bring extra to the ordinary. You make extraordinary. So when you bring small concepts that might look ordinary, if you can connect them well, you are developing innovation. I want to thank you. And also now take this opportunity. I didn't want to honor any guests and so forth, because that is what my line manager here is going to do. So I want to take this opportunity to also give you some announcements that you can use. First and foremost, we will be having game drives for the next 2 days. That is tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. There will be 2 sessions of game drives. The first session starts in the morning from 6 o'clock up until 8 o'clock. Then the afternoon one will be after the program would have been closed. That will take place for these 2 days. And then if you are interested in taking part in these game drives, please make your way, as we will be doing whatever we will be doing outside at the registration tables. they will be able to take your details. So you must be informed of that. I think we can all know that the restrooms are clearly marked there. So in case there is a call of nature, it's very important to answer the call of nature. It's very important to answer the call of nature, because the more you don't listen to it, you are stopping a natural system. And the moment you stop natural systems, you create complications to the body. It actually can create diseases. All right, thank you. That is the announcement that I needed to make there. And then if I could just now take this opportunity to call upon the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law, Prof. O.S. Sebanda, to please come and give us the purpose of this conference. Prof, thank you so much.
It's so funny that he's afraid of the ant, but not the lion. You see, that's the funny part of it. So I'm going to need to use this. I don't have a smartphone, if you allow me. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, what I'll be doing, I'll render 2 items. The first one being that of providing the purpose of this particular event, and also doing the opening and welcoming on behalf of our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Mahlo Mokhalong. Allow me to start by saying good morning, all guests, including those that are online, distinguished speakers, I've seen quite a number of them present, academic researchers, participants from our university, sister universities, and also we have international speakers. Some of them are online. It is indeed for me an honor to be welcoming Faculty of Management and Law. Recently they call it the FIMLIC, under the Economic and Leadership Innovations amidst global conflicts and environmental challenges. Better time, as the world is grappling with several issues and interdisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary solutions, critical thinking, and collective wisdom and action. And at this point, I would like to extend my special, or our special, acknowledgement to distinguished presenters. Your commitment to special acknowledgement to distinguished presenters, your commitment to sharing your knowledge, expertise, and research, wealth on this particular global stage, because it's an international conference. It is much appreciated and invaluable. We are part of the morning to have with us Professor Kay Mas, Professor in Accounting and Sustainability at the Open University of Ireland, and Academic Director of Impact Center at Erasmus University. And you would know that these are some of the world-leading institutions. You can never, ignore that. Professor Mas, we look forward to your plenary session and your insight, hoping that it will bring, sustainability account at the University of Limpopo. Because as you are hearing it, it's inaugural, it's the first session that really it is at a very global level for the faculty. And it is designed to become one of the premier platforms for academic engagement, discourse, collaboration, and exchange of innovative ideas. Remember, as the University of Limpopo, our mantra is finding solutions for Africa. But then we have been finding solutions even beyond Africa, even for the world. Don't even start me on the solutions. If I were to tell you really, you'll be saying we need to go back to the Vice Chancellor said, no, finding solutions for the world. Our objective is to foster critical conversations through scholarly research, engagement that will foster a meaningful contribution to social justice, sustainable development, and the realization of the South African National Development Plan. Because that particular plan is a living document, is a plan that we walk, that we breathe, that really we hear about every single moment that you are in the jurisdiction of South Africa. And then through this gathering, we really aim to create a very lasting impact in all the fields that will be represented in this particular conference. Talk about law, economics, talk about governance, you talk about leadership, you talk about accounting, sustainability. It's because we also here are talking about the faculty that is represented by the 4 schools: School of Law, led by Advocate Rapatsa's Teflos Graduate School of Leadership, led by Professor S.K. Mokoena, the School of Accountancy, led by Mr. Mjambizi, the one who's afraid of the end, and the School of Economics and Management, led by Professor Samuel Koma, because I do have Koma and Komape, so I need to be sure that I'm not mixing Samuel Koma, but then it comes with old, young age, you tend to be slow. Forget about what I said about the young age. But what I'm just saying, let's seize this opportunity, and Mr. Mtambezi has already taken the words from my mouth. Let's seize the opportunity to share ideas, to challenge perspectives, and to forge partnerships. And what is important really out of these partnerships, let's forge meaningful and real partnership. And then thank you all for being part of this momentous moment, the inaugural conference for the Faculty of Management and Law at the University of Limpopo. I wish you all a very productive event, inspiring experience, and if you want more of the experience, for our international guests, Professor Mas and colleagues, I think if you have time, take a trip to the main campus. In fact, I would urge you, take a trip to the main campus and go and see the mosaic of developments. Oh, what do we mean by a campus university that is dedicated to development, even developing the communities around? If you do have really that moment, please if not today, the next time, just visit and go to the campus and all of the colleagues. On behalf of the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Mahlomo Kgalong, as I said, I would like to officially render this particular conference, or declare this particular conference open, and welcome you once again to the first Faculty of Management and Law International Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Sibanda, for giving us the purpose of this conference and also taking the item that was supposed to be done by the Vice Chancellor, Prof. M. Mokgalong. I think we are in understanding of what we are actually here for. It is a conference, as he has indicated, that is the first of its kind. And what I believe in everything that I do, I don't usually look at the size of something when it is coming out of the ground. I look at its potential. In this case, we might be looking like this, but we are creating history in this space, and also even as a university. There is something that is being written now, and you are part of that history that we will document. And something big is actually happening. Somebody will make a presentation that will make a difference to say, I started to do that presentation when I was at the University of Limpopo for the first Faculty of Management and Law International Conference. So let us all feel free. We are now, we have been welcome. We know each other. We continue to understand and know each other. I want to take this opportunity to call upon Mr. Nyirenda, who is going to be introducing for us the guest speaker. And yes, Mr. Nyirenda will then introduce our guest speaker. I will then come in afterwards. Mr. Nyirenda, if you could please come to the stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I have the honor and privilege to introduce our guest speaker for the session today. Prof. Karen Maas is an endowed professor of accounting and sustainability at the Open University, Heerlen, and academic director of Impact Center Erasmus at the Erasmus University, Rotterdam, in the Netherlands. Professor Maas conducts research in areas of impact strategies, measurement and management, sustainability, and impact investing. Professor Maas has worked with many profit, non-profit, and financial organizations to measure their and drive their impact. Karen is a supervisory board member of various organizations, such as the International Association of Business in Society, and Sustainable and Environmental Management Accounting Network, IMAN. She is also a member of the Sustainable Finance Lab and the Sustainable Pension Investment Lab. In terms of academics, her work has been published in books, scientific journals, newspapers with over 23 academic articles in peer-reviewed journals, 5 professional articles, 2 books, 14 book chapters, numerous conference proceedings, and she is also involved in doctoral supervision and has also issued reports. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our guest speaker, Professor Karen Maas.
Thank you. So let me see how we get this started. No, I think I need to plug in.
Okay.
So some more technicals. Let me see if this works. Yeah. So before my presentation is uploaded on the screen, so I would like to thank you for having me here. It's a big, big honor to be here today. So I would like to thank Professor Van der Pol for this invitation, but also Professor Sibanda and also Mr. Gibson for making this possible, actually, to be here and to organize this conference. So I've been here for 2 days now, and it's actually my first time in South Africa. And I'm so much impressed by nature. I'm so impressed by nature that I've seen. So we went to the Kruger Park for a very, very fast trip. So we were there one afternoon and one morning session, and I was so lucky to see a lot of animals. I'm also so impressed by the people I've seen and the culture, the food, and all the things that I've been seeing here. So we have to take care of those kind of things. So we have to take care of the beautiful nature you're having here. We have to take care of the beautiful people who live here. We have to take care of the culture. We have to take care of the entrepreneurship, but also of the economy. And that's what I call sustainability. So it's taking care of long-term value creation, not only for the companies and the CEOs, not only profit-wise, but also nature-wise, and for the people living in this world. So to be able to work on sustainability and to have a sustainable world actually thriving and giving place for all of the people that live in that world, but also for nature and the animals, we have to make sure that the companies do not only focus on their short-term profit. And by doing that, earning a lot of money, but also ruining a lot of things. And that's actually what's going on, not in South Africa, but worldwide. So if I look at the situation in the Netherlands, we have huge and famous companies, profit, but also have to include nature and the benefits for the people involved. So they have to integrate all this kind of knowledge from economics and management, but also sustainability, nature, technique, to make this possible. And that's what I would like to tell today? What do we need to do? And what the role is of organizations and businesses actually in society to make this world a sustainable world. So at Erasmus University, I'm working at the economic faculty and beauty of nature, and also the situation we're in now with climate change, with huge floods, but also huge dryness. The students say, yes, of course, that's terrible, but we have to make money. We have to earn money, and I have to make sure that my company is growing, and I want to become a CEO of a huge company. So I changed and I flipped my story around, and I built up a story why also for the economists and for business, sustainability is the only way to go. And I always use this figure actually to explain how the world is looking at companies nowadays. So in the 70s, if you look at the listed companies and how their value has been valued, we see that 83% of the valuation of a company was depending on tangible assets. And tangible assets are things that are really out there. So there are factories, machineries, trucks, tables, chairs, so things that are actually out there. And there was a good reason for it. Because if a company would go bankrupt, we could easily sell everything, and we would get about 80 up to 85% back of our investments. So that was a very safe way of looking at firms. At that time, percent of the value of the firms was depending on intangible assets. And intangible assets are things that are not easy to value, not easy to capture, but that do have a value. So for example, it's related to the trust in the companies. It's related to the humans and the knowledge that is in the company. It's related to the force of employees. It's related to a lot of things that have value, but that are not. If you look at the situation nowadays, it has changed completely. So nowadays, only 10% of listed companies is valued based on actual things that are out there. 90% of the value of a firm is depending upon intangible assets. And that is reputation. That is the trust we have that companies are resilient enough to actually be able to adapt their ways of working towards the challenges they're facing. And sustainability is getting a bigger and bigger part of that. So research shows that the way that companies are working on sustainability is getting more and more important for investors, but also for regulators and also for stakeholders. So the media, the consumers, and the people living in the country. So companies have to adapt their ways of working. And that's not so easy, because how to juggle with those three things? So we have nature, we have people, we have the employees, and we have profit. And we cannot focus solely on one of those items. So if we would only focus on nature, we will not survive, but because we need some profit. And if we would only focus on our employees, and we would lose sight of nature, and we would lose sight of profit, we will not survive. So how to integrate those three big types of value that a company can create and is created by companies, how to implement that. And that's where, for me, management accounting, business strategy and management comes in. Leadership is so crucial because the tone at the top actually makes sure that companies are able to work on those kind of topics. So we are facing developments towards trying to create this more sustainable world. And it's a very difficult way for leaders actually to grab that and to work on it. So if we look at some international developments which actually try to push firms towards those type of investments and those type of actually work on. So we have nowadays, it has been already mentioned, the Sustainable Development Goals. So the 17 worldwide goals that has been decided upon by the United Nations that capture actually everything from no poverty up to saving the world underwater, having an eye on the world on land, biodiversity, climate change, so all the grand challenges that we are facing, those are captured by the 17 development goals. And companies are actually trying to implement that, trying to work on that. We have already the OECD guidelines, and we have the UN Global Compact, and that's actually only also being subscribed by South Africa and other African countries. So within the OECD guidelines, there are guidelines provided for firms that are traded internationally, how we, the OECD countries, believe that companies should behave. So they should take care of nature. They should take care of human rights. And they also should be able to thrive profit-wise. So it's also there in combination of those three main values. We see so much more pressure from stakeholders to be transparent. So tell me what you're actually doing. Tell me how you're actually working on those type of topics. We see that investors like to say, we invest in sustainability. We have impact investing. But how do you know? How do you know if your money is actually making a change? And that's where, again, accounting and strategy comes in. So there was the Paris Agreement in 2015 that has been signed by many, many countries, also by the Netherlands, where I'm from, but also by South Africa. And the Paris Agreement has been changed and to work on very ambitious programs. And I would like to tell you a little bit more how the Paris Agreement has been translated into EU law and regulations, which will have a huge impact, not only for the companies within the European Union, but also worldwide. So the European Union has translated the Paris goals and the Paris Agreement into the European Green Deal. And that's actually the dream. So they said, we have a dream. We want to work towards a climate neutral, inclusive world. And to make sure that we are able to do that, we have to make sure that money goes into the right direction. Because when we invest in polluting industries, not taking care of human rights, we create polluting industries that do not take care of human rights. But if we invest our money in the green economy, in sustainable firms, in social enterprises, taking care of nature and taking care of humans and employees working there, we create that world that contains social enterprises and is working towards a climate neutral world. So the first idea was actually to make sure that the money would go towards the right direction. And you can imagine that the investors said, yeah, you know, you can make me responsible, but the only thing that I am actually doing is investing my money in companies. So if they say they are sustainable, I believe they are sustainable. So the next step within this EU regulation was that the companies have to be transparent. And that's what we call the CSRD, so the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. And that actually makes it a regulation that companies with over 250 employees, so that's not the largest companies, it's also for the smaller and medium-sized companies, they have to report about non-financial information. So they have to report how they work on climate change. They have to report how much water they use, how pollutive they are, how inclusive they are, what is their diversity of their employee force, how do they pay male but also female directors and managers and employees, how inclusive are they, do they attract multicultural employees, how do they actually work with that? So they have to report on it every year, and they have to be very transparent about, so what is most important for your company? How do you actually work on it? So what is your strategy? What are your targets? What kind of activities do you take? And how do you measure, track, and trace what you're actually achieving? And what are you going to do next year? So that's really the plan, do, check, act cycle of businesses. And that's interesting because now they are forced to make sure that they start working on it. To help those kind of companies, there has been developed an EU taxonomy, and you can look at it like an encyclopedia. So it's like an encyclopedia telling you, okay, if if you speak about climate neutral, it means this and this and this. If you say you are working on biodiversity, it means that you work on those topics. If you say that you are an inclusive company, it means that you work in that and that and that way. So it makes it very clear and transparent what type of words you can use to make such claims. And that's actually to prevent greenwashing. Because a lot of firms like to tell that they are so sustainable, but they do not do a lot. So they promise a lot without doing a lot. The next step is that companies, and that has been just adopted in the EU, and companies have to take responsibility for their whole production and value chain. So if things are produced in India, in Bangladesh, or in African countries, or in Chinese companies, they have to track and trace what's actually going on in this supply chain. And you can imagine that's a huge amount of work, because it's not that transparent what's going on. It's not that clear. It's not that you can enter factories every day and just to see if there are no children working there, if the employees are treated right. But now the companies who are buying those type of fabrics, they have to make sure that they take responsibility of what's going on in those factories. So they are kept responsible. And you can imagine the effect of this on every country, on every factory, in every place all over the world. And there's another thing, and which is debatable, of course, because now there is a huge discussion going on that companies say, well, if we are in the European Union so strict about sustainable regulations, you can imagine that a lot of factories, they move their production facilities to other countries. So for example, we have Tata Steel. It's one of the largest companies in the Netherlands, and it's still very, very polluting, but it's making steel. And if you look at the steel sector, it's one of the cleanest steel companies, but it's still very polluting. So Tata Steel is saying, if you close down my factory, we will move to other countries where law and regulation is not so strict, so we will produce there, and then we just sell our products to the EU. And to prevent that happening, they have developed this carbon border adjustment mechanism. So if things are important to the EU, you have to pay for your CO2 emissions that has been emissions into account. And money actually to improve their facilities. So there is so much going on now to try to make sure that companies move towards the right direction. And an interesting thing is that we have seeing this being taken up by companies in mission statements and purpose statements or ambitions. And normally I use a lot of mission statements of Dutch companies. So for example, we have a huge, one of our largest banks that says, yes, we are taking care of welfare and prosperity in the Netherlands, but we are also going to solve the worldwide food problem. And there's another company, Philips, is one of our largest companies, who says, yes, we are going to make the health situation of billions of people more positive every year. And if you look at the mission statements, there has been a very nice development. So initially it started around, we are going to be the best company, we are so competitive, we will make a lot of money. And I always liked this mission statement of Honda, and that was, we will destroy Yamaha. And that was their mission statement. So really the strong companies who say we are the best and we are going to make sure that we will have no competition of any other companies. So in the phase after that, focus on finance, there was a focus on having high quality products. So yes, we want to earn a lot of money, but the main thing we're doing is producing very high quality products. The third phase, it was, yes, we're going to earn a lot of money with high quality products, but of course we all do it for our clients, because if we don't have clients, we will not be able to make our products and we will not be able to have this profit. If you look at the mission statement nowadays of company, they say, yes, we are going to make a profit. Yes, we are going to produce high quality. Also, we'll do something good for society. And that can be nature-wise, it can be climate-wise, it can be employee-wise, or people-wise. And the mission statements of companies nowadays look like this. So I have taken some of the largest South African companies, for example, Woolworth. The Woolworth Group, they say, we create better experience together for a better tomorrow. We recognize the far-reaching impact we have on the communities in which we serve and understand, and the role we play in driving a positive change. So this is their promise. If we look at the electricity company, the Eskom, they say we create sustainable power for a better future. And they have a lot of wording about sustainability and a lot of wording about climate neutral and sustainable fuel production, energy production. If you look at Gold Fields, so the mining company, they say we are enduring value beyond mining, being the preferred gold mining company delivering sustainable, superior value. SANParks, which is also the mother organization of the Kruger, so sustainable national parks, representing natural and cultural heritage assets through innovation, excellence, responsible tourism, and just socio-economic benefit for current and future generations. So the purposes are beautiful. And to be honest, if I look at those, because if those companies would actually live up to their promises, and it's the same worldwide, there would be no problem with species dying out, with biodiversity degenerating, with actual negative impact on human rights issues. So the companies have to take their mission statements very seriously. But we all know that companies can have different business models behind it. So the one still focuses on finance, and the other really takes an impact-first perspective. So if you look at the mission statements of NGOs nowadays, of social enterprises, they are more or less the same. They speak about future generations, they speak about having a positive impact, they speak about really treating people and nature in a positive and fair and well way. So we speak about this hybridization movement. So the companies take other issues into account, besides finance, but also the nonprofits, they start to use finance to have this impact. So we see that organizations are blurring a bit more. And how can we actually make sense of what type of organizations we're looking at, and how can we help those organizations with strategies, with management, with the knowledge we have and we gain at universities to help them actually to live up to those beautiful promises. And we have done a lot of research into the business models which are behind those companies and what they are using. And we have actually identified 5 different approaches. So this is the first one. I have took a European sign. It could also be a dollar sign, of course, or a rand sign. It's the same. So this is a business model where companies and organizations think it's all about the money. And money has to grow. And there's only a tiny bit of thing that I'm not doing, and that's everything which is not allowed by law and regulation. So that's the black dot in the middle. And you see the small arrows behind the white circle, and that means that money has to grow. So as long as I live up with the regulation, and it could be local regulation in your own country, but it could also be law and regulation in the country you are producing. And you know that laws and regulations are not that strict in every country. So in the European, we have quite strict law and regulation. In South Africa, it's also quite strict because you were the first actually who had rules and regulations for company to make sure that they report on sustainability issues. You were the first. So we are following some other countries. We are following you in this situation. But if we look at India or Bangladesh or China or other production facilities, they are not that strict. And it's allowed to do everything to have good profit figures. And those type of organizations, they think, well, it's allowed. As long as it makes money for me, I will do it. A second type of business model is, so I will not be involved in child labor. I will not be involved in huge pollution. I do not want to be involved in any type of negative situation. And to prevent me of doing that, I have drafted a CSR policy, so corporate social responsibility, or a sustainability policy, or nowadays often called an ESG policy, so environmental, social, governance policy. That makes sure that I am not doing things that I actually do not want to be involved in. So the things that I'm not doing is enlarging, but still the focus is on finance. A third business model is a business model that focuses on making profit, but also having this positive impact. And actually that's what we're seeing a lot in the mission statement nowadays of companies, that they have this hybrid ambition of making money, but also having a positive impact on society. So dual ambitions, and this is very, very hard to implement, you can imagine. Because what will you do if you can earn a lot of money, but you know it's not that positive, either for biodiversity or people involved? Are you going to do it, or are you not going to do it? And what are you going to do if you have a very good opportunity that will save some nature or is very positive for your employees, but it costs you a bit more of money? Are you going to do it, or are you not going to do it? So how are you going to handle it? So this is a very, very tricky business model actually to be used in practice. But still a lot of organizations in wording, in their mission statement, they make those claims. A fourth business model is a business model that actually uses money to have this positive impact. And this is a typical social enterprise model. So they don't care actually to make as much money as possible. They care to have this positive impact, and they use their entrepreneurial approaches, they use the money to have this impact. We would love to see more of those type of companies. In practice, it's not so easy to do, because when investors come in, they would like to see double-digit profit numbers, so they attract you, they take you away from this business model more to the finance-first business models. The fifth business model, it's more an NGO or a non-profit business model. They say it's all about impact, money doesn't matter. So for example, a corporate foundation or a foundation, family foundation, they just have the money every year. It's very luxurious position. They can do good things. They run their programs. And when the money is gone, it's the end of the year, and next year there will be a new pile of money. So this is very luxurious. It's not for everyone. It's not for the companies normally, because they have to earn money and they have to make some profit to be able to invest, to be able to pay some rent to the investors, of course. What we see happening is that organizations, they shift from business model to business model over the years. And that's very hard to do, because in wordings it's easy. So you can easily say, I'm an impact-first company. But how do you implement it? How do you change your management accounting systems? How do you change your leadership? How do you change your financial calculations to make sure that it's helpful to make the good decisions? How do you know what to do? So if you change your purpose or ambition statements, you have to change everything in the company. Perhaps you should educate your employees that it's not only about finance, it is also about taking care of the other things like planet and people. Perhaps you have to train your leadership that they need to take different approaches. Perhaps you have to educate your accountants, your internal accountants, your managers. So there's a huge role for universities actually to educate those type of persons. And here there is a group of persons who will be working in practice or with practice or do research for practice to actually make this visible. So keep this in mind when you work with those organizations who actually have this positive ambition. So theoretically, it's not so hard what companies should do. So every organization, they work in a specific context, And that can be a country, a sector, the products they make. So within that context, they say, this is who I am. This is what I am with my organization. And I write that down in my purpose statement or my ambition. And that says who I want to be and where I want to go. So to make that more tangible, you translate your purpose statement into strategy and policies. And when you transfer that into strategies and policies, you think about, okay, if I want to go there, what do I need to do? Who do I need? What are my targets? What do I need to achieve? How do I know for sure that I'm actually living up to my promises? And then you can start making your products. You can implement your activities. You can run your programs. And that leads to an output. So I have produced, I have hired so many employees, I have employed many, many people. But also I can have polluted, I have had emissions, I have used water. So it's positive as well as negative. But the purpose statements are never on the output level. It's never about, I will produce, 500,000 vacuum cleaners every year. No, it's about, I will make the lives of people using my products better, and I will help them being a better person. So the impact is never within the company, but outside of the company. And how to actually capture that. So we need to change our perspective from only looking at the company and what the company is doing, so the I have, towards what does this mean for you, for the employee, for the stakeholder, for society, for nature? What is the effect of what I am doing on society at large and the stakeholders? So we need to change our perspective. And we use a very easy definition of impact. We say impact is the effect of your organization on all stakeholders, on society at large, on the economic, the environmental, and the social dimension. But we have to keep in our mind that the effect can be positive as well as negative. It can be direct as well as indirect. And it can be intended as well as unintended. And if we start measuring, if we report, we like and we love to focus on the positive intended issues, because that's what we promised. So if we start reporting, we like to show off. So we take the few positive things and we say, ta-da, this is what I've done for you. And we try to get rid of all the negatives. But if we really want to make this world a better place, we have to pull up those negatives and we have to discuss it internally. We have to make it transparent. As a management accountant, we have to make sure that we know what's going on. And we need those numbers to have the discussions with the managers and the executive board to see, of course, we're doing a lot of good things because we make profits and we give a lot of employment, but we also create some negative. And this is what we should try to improve. So for management accounting, and that's actually collecting data to make decisions, there are, you can imagine, many, many challenges if we want to work on this topic. How are we going to handle short-term value versus long-term value? The main problem why we do not take climate issues very strict or very seriously is because, the problems will be there after 20 or 30 years. And I have to make an investment now. So although I know there will be a long-term effect, it's hard to take it into account if we have to make a short-term decision. And we have to make short-term decisions every day. So it's hard to take this long-term perspective. How are we going to value the non-financial value? The question that is being asked to me by businesses is actually, so what is the business case of being sustainable? How much extra profit will I be able to make if I'm a sustainable company? And actually, my answer is, why do you want to know? Your main question would be, what is the effect I can have on a sustainable world? And then the question, how does it help my company? So how are we going to juggle with the planet, people, profit? It can never be a win-win-win situation. So how do you take decisions? value creation for society, but how much of that value created can I capture for my investment, for my investors, for my shareholders, for my companies? So how does that work? And if we create value, for whom are we doing this? Is it for everyone? Is it for the local community? Is it for the government? So for whom are we actually creating value, and how can we actually grasp that? And that's very, very difficult to implement that in practice. So there is so much going on in this field of sustainability, and I have just listed a lot of benchmarks, rating agencies, guidelines, reporting guidelines, control frameworks, alliances, but also consultants who are able to help companies. You know, it's so much help that is available, and I think there is too much. There are too many frameworks and rules and regulations and guidelines that companies, you know, they are so overwhelmed. Where to start? And here is also a role for research and educators, for teachers, to actually help the future managers to make sense of this, to make sense that they know where to start, to make sense how to actually take this into account. So the final message I would like to give you is that we have to make sure that we do not promise and then we say, hallelujah, this is what we've done, but we have to make sure what is actually happening. What are we doing? How do we make decisions? How can we take it into account? What do we need to measure? And therefore, we really need this integrative approach. So we need the managers, we need leadership, we need the accountants, we need the strategists, we need the economists, we need technique, we need environmental economists. So we need all those kind of people to work along and to actually make sense of this huge puzzle that we are facing. But there is a need, and I would love to hear your stories about the research you're doing in the future days, and also to have discussions with you to make sure that we will take this one step further than we are standing now. So we have to take small steps. I know it's not a big jump we can make, but in the end, every step that we can take is a good step if it is into the right direction. And I think therefore we are here all together for this beautiful conference of the Faculty of Management and Law of the University of Limpopo. Thank you so much, and I hope that we can be in touch in the coming days to have great discussions on all those issues that we're facing. Thank you so much. Yes, sure.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Prof, for such a wonderful presentation. I think it was sustainability is not a clear-cut issue that you can easily say, I can solve. I want to take this opportunity to open up for questions based on the presentation that Prof has given. If you have got any questions, please feel free to ask any questions. I think there is a mic that will be moving. You can then ask your questions and Prof can actually respond to the questions. Please. All right, I see there is a hand here.
Thank you. My question is on the, I think most of what you presented is, it looks at the, what I call, it's something that has been happening in terms of the defense greenness of cooperation, where they use cosmetic approach towards reflecting that they are actually doing sustainable processes, whereas they are not. my question is, what is it that needs to be solutions in terms of dealing with the defensive greenness that we have seen for years now, where you find that there might be which are labeled environmental friendly, but the processes of producing such products are not. How do we then come up with practical solutions to deal with such behaviors by corporations? Thank you.
Before you answer, maybe you can introduce yourself, your name?
My name is Tanyani from TGSL. Thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you for your question. I think this is, of course, the most valuable question to ask. Because how do we make sure that it's not only greenwashing? And I'm a very optimistic and positive person. So I really believe that a lot of companies try to do their best, but it's not so easy to solve the problems. The question you're asking is actually to help consumers, but also investors, to make sure that they know what's going on in the companies. And I think the more questions investors are asking towards the companies, so what are you actually doing? And also checking their certificates, making sure that claims are being fair and real and transparent. That's a very, very important way forward, because otherwise, if companies are not ask those questions and they can easily get away, we as consumers will never know, because everyone is calling their products a sustainable product. And there is certification now going on, which is very strict. The problematic thing with certification is that they always take one part of sustainability into account. So there are green products, and there are fair trade products. So for example, where the farmers get a fair payment. There are products in Europe with a lot of animal welfare issues, but there is almost no certification which integrates it all. And that's also one of the problems, how to be sure that we are able to integrate it. So that's one part of the solution. I think the other part is actually the internal decision making, because a lot of companies, they try their best, but still they're not living up to their promise. And it's not because they want to greenwash, it's not they want to pretend, but because they just don't know how to measure it, how to take it into account, how to value it, how to actually implement it in the strategies. Because when you look at financial accounting now, it's only about the short-term financial value which is being calculated and taken into account, and not the long-term potential valuation of currently non-financial information, which will become financial over the years. So the systems we use nowadays are very limited to be able to take all those questions into account. And we have to work on that. There is no short-term solution yet, and therefore we need the researchers, therefore we need universities actually to work on it. Sorry.
Maybe, Prof, as you are responding, maybe to just add to that question, what is the value? For many years, we have relied on auditing to verify, or at least to audit, financial information. Is there no value also that the audit can play in this space of also determining the accuracy and the correctness of the information?
Yes, of course there is. So auditing plays a huge important role. So we have this, the future, the past president of the the Worldwide Food Program, Peter Bakker, sorry, and he's now actually the head of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And he always said accountants will save the world, because if they are able to actually take it into account with providing assurance, with checking the numbers and take this type of information also into account, that would be a huge step forward. And actually part of the CSRD, so the reporting initiative, the compliance, the regulations for company, there should be assurance upon those reports. So every accountant has to check also the sustainable information. And they find it very difficult because they don't know how to do it yet. But we are learning by doing, and I'm sure within five years or so, we will have more knowledge about how to do it and how to implement it. So I think that's really needed.
told that there is another question at the back. Prof, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Samas. Can I just pose my question standing? When you talk about sustainability, can we talk about sustainability of human freedoms and rights? From the point of, I think it's more of a question or just asking for your view, is linked to the first question. When you have a situation whereby manufacturing or production processes themselves are really not respecting human rights and therefore not sustaining, human rights as we know them. You sit here, you wonder how many of us are wearing Nikes and also associated shoes. And you look at Nike, close to more than 41 companies outside of the US, in different countries, Vietnam, Pakistan, China, India, those Asian countries. And normally we know the reason is because of cheap labor. We'll be told skilled labor, but it's not only about skilled labor, it's about cheap labor. So the question then would be, as we are speaking sustainability, is it only something that we preach to countries that are still developing, that are not in the West? And I don't want to seem like somebody from Africa who is now driving another narrative. In your view, do we have Western companies really respecting sustainability, particularly when it comes to this issue of human rights? And I'm using Nike as an example, to be honest. The company is in the US, but most production is happening outside of the US, and we are told it's skilled labor, but we know it's cheap labor also. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, of course, you're totally right. So most of the production that has been or that is sold in the Western world is produced somewhere else, and there are still huge negative situations. Where I believe in is that when the money is transferred, so if the investors and start asking questions about what's actually going on in your value chain, that's the way forward. But also us as consumers, we should ask, because we are all buying Nikes. And we know that there are things going on. We still take fuel from, I don't know, very polluting fuel companies. We still buy clothing where we know that it has been produced in not very optimistic human rights respective way. So also we as a consumer have a voice, and we should also do what we preach to do. So I really believe, so if the clients start asking questions, if the investors say, okay, I'm willing to invest my money in you, but you have to show me what's going on. And I know this development and this movement is progressing. It's going very, 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 very slow. And that's also the problem. If you look at the US, they're lacking behind in sustainability. There is such a strong focus on money making still. I think in the EU, we are progressing step by step, I should say. But still, of course, money rules the world. So, but if we really can show that money will disappear if you do not take human rights into account, if you do not take care for nature, if you do not have an inclusive company, so that's the steering wheel we should use. We should be able to show that being a sustainable company is actually making money in a different way for the company, but good money. So there's still money involved. So if we would say, yes, okay, you have to become a sustainable firm, but I'm sure you will not be able to make any money, they will not do it. So we have to come up with more clever ways to show and to tell that if you live up to your human rights respect, and if you are having an inclusive company, and if you take care for nature and biodiversity and the climate change, that will pay off. And the only way to do so is through the investors and through the consumers.
All right, there was a question here. I didn't want to add my view, but I wanted to also pose another question. But let me take a question first.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nhlamulo Baloyi from the University of South Africa. Prof. Mas, I just had 2 questions for you quickly. I just need to check with you. In your case in the EU, is there a something like an interoperability framework that maybe governs sustainability initiatives in the region beyond just this concept of sustainability? But also, I wish that we had maybe touched a little bit on one of the questions that appeared in your presentation. To whom are we creating this value? I want to check, is this concept of sustainability attractive enough for maybe small business, particularly in the informal sector? If we look at traditional doctrines of business, if we go back to Milton Friedman, the social responsibility of business is to make profit. So is this concept attractive enough for the informal sector, or particularly the small businesses? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I think your second question is, thank you for your questions, very welcome. I think your second question relates very strongly towards the previous question. So of course, I know the Friedman statement that it's the business of business is business, actually. So the business of business is to make money. And that is true, but then you have to, so the whole idea behind it, that was, so the more profit a company makes, the more tax they will pay, the more will go to government, and the government can do good things. The more profit a company makes, the more employment they can have, so it's good for the people. They have a salary, they can buy things, and that's the way that the economy actually turns around. So that's the whole idea. But Friedman never said that that meant that you can make money despite of everything. That's not what he meant. He meant that we have to, of course, take care of people and things. That's also in his books, actually. But it's never been used in his statements. So therefore, we need to make sure that companies know that, of course, they have to make a profit, but we have to make sure that making a profit in a sustainable way will be more profitable over the years. And it's very easy to make that claim for a certain type of companies. So, for example, if you, what is a good example? Well, for example, a beer producer. They are so closely affected by climate change, because if it's getting too dry, there is no grain anymore. If it's getting too wet, there is no grain anymore. So they need to work on climate change, otherwise they will not be able to produce their products. So for them, it's very easy to make this calculation and to show them, well, you have to work more sustainable, otherwise you will not be there over 20 years, because there will be no water anymore. And we see that happening already with production faculties. For example, there was one in the eastern part of Russia, and there was this huge lake. But after, I think, 20 years, the lake was gone, because textile companies were there, soda-producing companies were there, and they just absorbed all the water. And now they had to close down the production facilities, they had to move. So, but for smaller companies with a lot of consumers that do not have the money to invest to work in a sustainable way on the short term, it's hard, of course. It's so much harder, and I do realize that. But there is a need also for the informal economy to actually make these steps. And we have to make sure that we enable them to actually do so. So the investor should be able to invest in social enterprises, in local community programs, in things that actually have a positive impact. Otherwise, we will not be able to make this step. And there's a huge role to play, of course, for the larger companies, because if they don't give the good examples, who's going to do it? So we have to do it in the beginning. And you were asking if there were some frameworks, specifically more in the Netherlands or in the Western countries, beside of the UN Global Compact. To be honest, we rely also very strongly upon the UN Global Compact, OECD guidelines, the SDGs. Now we have the EU regulation, which is very, very helpful. Because nowadays, investors, they have to show what they are doing with their money. And normally they could say, well, I have invested, I don't know, X amount of money in production facilities. But now they have to explain what type of production facilities and what are those companies doing with your money. Are those sustainable companies? And if not, you are responsible. So if I invest my money in a company that is not living up to the human rights practices, which we believe as the world is the best way to go, then I am responsible as an investor. And that's actually a huge push forward. But now, because now I start asking questions and I want to know what's going on. So that's actually the steering wheel that we believe and we hope that will move us into the right direction. I hope this is shortly an answer.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I think everyone is in need of coffee and some snacks.
All right. No, thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very wonderful presentation. And as Prof was presenting here, I developed some few challenges that I see actually which reflect what has been indicated by many of the questions. I think the first one that we see in terms of sustainability is the issue of greenwashing, whereby in the reports they will always be narcissistic, choosing to speak good about themselves, nothing bad about themselves. And I think that is one thing that we see. And I think one thing also that is a challenge in trying to understand and solve the quagmire or the conundrum that is created by the issue of sustainability is that there is opaqueness in the information. You and me may not necessarily fully understand and know what is happening behind that company. You may just see maybe some of the effects, but some of the finer details, the nitty-gritties, we may actually not know. So that entity, with all the money it has, they will definitely also have some ability to greenwash. And the more money you have is the more you are able to greenwash. You will actually even see, it happens in many places where Coca-Cola, for example, for a long time, they were saying, you don't need to do anything, drink as much as you want, you can exercise it off. That is greenwashing because it's not about exercising that is going to make you to be sustainable. The reason why I speak about humans mainly, one species that is at risk of extinguishing is human beings. Because of what we are eating and what is happening. If you are not healthy, no matter how much knowledge you have, you cannot sustain it. So we need to remain healthy to be able to be productive. Another thing that, Prof, I could gather as well from what you're indicating, of course, we're having the challenge of entities that are profit-centric. They just focus on the profit and all that. But they're also able to get away from it or with it, just like what Prof was indicating. We also are participating. We buy those products because maybe we think they are the best. Yet we also are concerned that they may not be produced in a sustainable way or manner. I think that is also another challenge that we are actually struggling with. But I think there is also power in us to understand that there is what we call, in terms of the legitimacy theory, the social contract, which says an entity does not have the right to exist. It must actually obtain that right from us. So probably if we as individuals, as Prof you're indicating, could see the power that we have to say, I could simply say we're not going to buy products from this entity because they are not being sustainable. We could actually create a difference. The entity can go bankrupt. If we say we're not happy with what this entity is doing, I'm not going to buy this product. That power does not need one person, it needs collective action. So sustainability is going to need all of us. And I think what you were indicating, Prof, as well, was the issue of short-termism. We're just looking at the short term. And probably another point of us to think about in terms of research is how do we measure this non-financial performance? If we can measure it and we put value in it in determining how we value companies, that could also be an indicator because every entity would like to increase their value. So if we can come up with innovative ways of measuring this value, probably it could also take us far. Prof, thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. It was very insightful. At this moment, I'm going to request all of us to walk out by the stairs there. We're going to go and have... okay, before I do that, in actual fact, I'm going to call upon the following three professors. Prof. Mokoena, if you could please come to the stage. Prof. Koma, and also the Executive Dean, Prof. Sibanda. If you may please come to the stage. And Prof. started by default. I will also request you, Prof. Mas, to come back to the stage. So this is just our token of appreciation to you, Prof, for the attendance and the kind presentation that you've given us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think now we will move to the item that I've spoken about. We want to have a group photo. So all of us, all delegates, if we could please use this exit, we'll go by the stairs. We will take some photos there, and then thereafter we will have tea. We will then come back and we will tell you what we will do thereafter. Thank you so much. If we could do that. Thank you very much to Sepedi Primary School for such a wonderful performance. We are sustaining the culture, in the spirit of sustainability, making sure that we don't lose the culture. If you were to be that active, you would have burnt a lot of calories. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to request the principal of the primary school, Sepedi Primary School, to come and just maybe render some few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the program director. I would like to also express my gratitude to the entire house, including Professor Sibande, for recognizing Sepedi Primary School to showcase our learners, especially at this platform. Remember that these are our national champions in terms of folklore. So we highly appreciate the effort done by the university thus far up to this level. We never thought that we could appear in such a platform because we are used to, remember we are primary school, we're used to the lower can I say institutions, so to say. So some of our learners showcased their talents as they were like performing now, and I feel that you gained a lot out of them, so to say. All in all, I've got no words except that we highly appreciate everything done by the university thus far, and to appear in such an international platform, so to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Principal. Indeed, we are also happy to have you here. We know that it is also a way of inspiring these young boys and girls to also admire, to say one day I will be in that institution. They are starting here with this performance. They will also be here presenting articles, or maybe their their work of research. Thank you so much. We are moving on with our program. We were supposed to be having 2 sessions. For now, we are going to be having only 1 session within this auditorium. Our session chairs are 2, and they will be alternating. I will, our chairs will be Prof. T.S. Madzivandila, yeah. And then Prof. Chose. So I'm sure Prof. Madzivandila will be the first one, and then they will be giving us details regarding who will be coming to present, and they will be, we will take it in that order. Prof, if you may please ascend the stage.
Good morning. Thank you for all the activities that we have done since the morning. I think now we are going straight to the business of this conference, which is presentations by different speakers on different topics. As already introduced, my name is Tanyani Madzivandila. I work at Teflop Graduate School of Leadership. I'll be chairing this session together with Prof. Chose. So in terms of the program, there are few changes that we are going to have on the program. Presenters are here, so We are going to alternate in terms of the chairing of this session. We're supposed to have two sessions, one here, the other one on the other side, so we're going to mix it up. We have about 11 presentations that are going to be made for this session. We don't really have much time in terms of the presentations before we can go for lunch, so we're going to be very strict on time. Each presentation will be given 15 minutes, which includes presenting and also questions. But what we will do then is that we'll have the first 5 we'll have questions, and then we'll have the other 5 presentations, and then we'll have questions after that. Which means I'm going to give each and every one of the presenters 10 minutes to present. I know you have a lot to present, but please compress it to 10 minutes. Yeah, so that's how we're going to do it. Let me just check if the first 5 are ready and are here. I was going to call your name, but it's fine. So Ngwana is already mentioned that is here. Do we have Makuru Peje, MG? Okay, she's there. Makofane HR, she's there. Rala. Is it Rala? Rala and Mahlangu. They are here somewhere. Okay. Hopefully they will be back before they are required to present. Luopeng KG. Okay, she's there as well. And then I think Prof. Chuse will then introduce the other 6, if not 5, that will present after the first ones. Okay, without wasting any time, as I said, we'll give you 10 minutes to present. If you don't finish within 10 minutes, you'll finish during lunchtime. So, I think we have a timekeeper. The timekeeper is there, so she will
now on the theory.
The study went further to outline on how other countries like Mexico, Australia, Canada, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, and Uganda has had to approach M&E systems and how they've implemented those systems in their countries. The analysts indicate that monitoring evaluation systems that already exist in different countries can be customized depending on the material conditions and their situation of governance systems. But as well, it must be noted that there would be no one-size-fits-all in terms of monitoring and evaluation systems in different countries. South Africa, like them, introduced government-wide monitoring evaluation system, which was a key milestone for public service reform trajectory since 1994, which in 2007, they were able to publish the policy framework for the government monitoring and evaluation. And those key elements towards it relates to how evaluation is done, evaluation frameworks, program performance information, social, economics, and democratic statistics, framework for managing program performance information, as well as statistics and surveys frameworks. In terms of the methodology, you'll know that South Africa tried in a number of ways to come up with mechanisms on how to improve service delivery on the ground. Your turnaround strategy, your back to basics programs through COCTA. But again, they were worried that service delivery is done in silos. The presidents launched what they call a district development service delivery model. Therefore, in Limpopo, Waterberg district is the area where this model was launched. And for this study, both the district and its local municipality were used as a case study to assess whether the M&E systems available in government are sufficient towards achievement of sustainable service delivery. And in that, the population side was determined, and as well as in terms of data collection, questionnaires, interviews, and focus groups were used, and consequently it was captured and analyzed through SPSS software, which was further used as a tool to produce the results, but as well because there were those quantitative, and the qualitative report was written accordingly. In terms of the key findings, there already this government M&E framework that exists with the policy coordination and advisory services unit in the presidency. But what are the findings? The findings shows that this only exists at national level. It's like they are focusing a lot, this department where there's a ministry, they focus a lot on planning rather than on monitoring and evaluation of projects. Therefore, the findings indicates that there is a need for IGR Framework Act that needs to be reviewed, and it must include consequence management, and it must move from national, province, and to local government. And the Public Finance Management Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act, your medium-term strategic framework and integrated development plans are as well misaligned, and the budgetary process are misaligned. The respondents further illustrate that while 50% of the participants believe that there is monitoring and evaluation of some kind, either at provincial or national or local government level, they're saying there's still a lot of fragmentation. It's not clear who's responsible for what. It's not uniformity between the three spheres of government, and there is no role for community members to participate. Therefore, they're worried that lots of projects get blocked, lot of projects get incomplete, and therefore service delivery remain a challenge. Because this, the main research objective of this study was to develop some kind of a new monitoring evaluation approach. This is the approach that we're proposing. That while we have government-wide M&E existing in South Africa, we must ensure that South Africa must relook at adding other key elements of your result-based management approaches and participatory, where those key elements of results-based are going to be looked at, but evidence-based as well, but as well participatory from the community. And the legislative framework need to be relooked at. And finally, the institutional arrangement should be from the minister, the mayor, the premier, the MEC, to the mayor, up to the local level. But all of them indicates that that kind of a system need to be automated so that as and when and include information from any level of government, it can be traced from one point to the other. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just happy that it seems there's a high level of respect for time. She did it in 9 minutes, so I think we're moving along swiftly. There's an online presenter who would like to give an opportunity at this moment. Banda S is going to present on investigating determinants of entrepreneurial intentions amongst accounting students. I hope the student is connected. I think the IT people are still checking at the back. I hope when they're presenting, you are jotting down the questions, comments, inputs, suggestions. Okay.
Afternoon, can I ahead?
Yes, Sylvia, are you ready to present?
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you.
You may
a good
start. You have 15 minutes to present. You may start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sylvia Banda. I'm doing a study that investigates determinants of... Sorry, there's an interruption, sorry. Yes, I am, but there's an interruption.
You may proceed.
My apologies for that. I think I was listening on YouTube, so my YouTube was still ongoing, so I could hear myself. I thought the interruption was on your side. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sylvia Banda, as the speaker has mentioned, and I'll be talking to you about a topic that is investigating the determinants of entrepreneurial intentions among accounting students. Okay, the contents of my presentation are as follows. I will take you through the background, the objective of my study, and the hypothesis of the study, the contribution to knowledge, the significance of the and rationale of the study, as well as the theoretical foundation and conceptual framework, the research methodology that I've applied in this study, the findings of the study, and the limitations of the study. Just to give a bit of background to the study, we all know that entrepreneurship is the backbone of socio-economic development, and it serves as a catalyst for sustainable development goals, because without entrepreneurship, jobs are not created, poverty goes wild. So it is something that is required because it is a multifaceted role. But despite its significance, entrepreneurial activity has remained quite low in South Africa, and that shows very significantly in the ranking that we carry in the entrepreneurial monitoring survey that is taken each and every year, where we have ranked 42nd out of 46 countries. Now, South Africa's unemployment rate already surpasses all African countries and is notably high even when it's compared to other global countries. And then another thing to note there is just, I think the issue of graduates still struggling to find work has been prominent recently. In the last month, there's been talks about it and how to resolve it. So this is one of the reasons why this study, I found it to be very important. So the unemployment rate currently, it has doubled. Looking from 2008 up to 2023, it has doubled, which should not be the case, because when one goes to school, they should be able to either create employment for themselves or create or be hired somewhere and have a skill that matches what the job is requiring. Resultantly, the universities across the world, as well as governments, have undertaken an effort to start infusing entrepreneurship into students while they're within the education system, because that is one of the ways to actually make sure that you end up with students that have a mindset of an entrepreneur, because the risk-taking behavior of an entrepreneur and that of an employee are not the same. An employee is risk-averse, whereas an entrepreneur is a risk-taker. And with that, one thing that has emanated is that universities play a pivotal role in the development of and the promotion of entrepreneurial intention. So what is this entrepreneurial intention that I keep referring to? It is an indicator that an individual has the intention to become, can come up. One has to first start off by having the intention to do something. And notably so, one thing that has actually happened in the country is that half of South Africa's graduates are forced to take jobs that they have not studied for. So that just tells us about the mismatch first and foremost, but it also tells us that we probably have a shortage of jobs that people can actually undertake. Therefore, the call for everyone to actually embark on a journey to become an entrepreneur is not necessarily an employee. So EI is a major predictor of entrepreneurial activity, which is why I have chosen to study entrepreneurial intention. It is also underpinned by a range of factors that influence it. Some of them are personal and some of them are contextual. And accounting students that I have chosen as a pool that I'm going to examine actually have a lot of content that is entrepreneurial within their modules. Hence, this study seeks to understand what are the factors that influence the entrepreneurial intention among those accounting students. One of the articles that came up in the Mail and Guardian recently was that one of the strategies many developed nations use to achieve rapid social and economic growth is investing in education of young people to develop solutions for their pressing issues. For me, when I read this, what it told me is that we need to come to a point where in the schooling system, in the education system, we are grooming entrepreneurs and not people who want to be employed. What is the research objective of this study? It was to investigate the determinants of entrepreneurial intention, particularly among accounting students, as entrepreneurial within their curriculum. So it will be interesting to see how that affects their intentions. What contribution does this study make to knowledge? It will shed light on how policymakers and universities can actually improve entrepreneurial internship in graduates. It will corroborate the theory of planned behavior, which is a theory that underpins this study, as well as assist in identifying appropriate support programs that can be implemented by either the government or by the universities to build that entrepreneurial intention in our graduates. The significance and rationale of the study. The study, unlike the existing literature, it performs a comprehensive analysis of how the individual subjects in the curriculum influence entrepreneurial intention. So I drill into each and every subject to see how does it influence the behavior of the student. And furthermore, the results from this study are expected to assist in improvement, and it will also assist policymakers and universities in deciding which support programs they should implement. The rationale behind that is that the unemployment rate is quite high in the country, and building entrepreneurial intention will have potential to reduce this rate. Entrepreneurship also is key to achieving our sustainability development goals because we need to create employment and reduce poverty at the same time. And when we create employment, we also boost economic growth. So it has multifaceted roles, which it will help us to improve in multi goals that we are actually aiming for. The theoretical foundation for the study, as I mentioned earlier on, is the theory of plant behavior, which underpins this study. And it is premised on the assumption that the intention that one has drives their behavior. It also assumes that an individual's actions are a function of external as well as internal factors. So it means there are factors out there that drive us to either become entrepreneurs or they may withdraw us from becoming entrepreneurs. And the other thing, it has been widely applied to determine the intention of individuals to become entrepreneurs. That's why it is the perfect, I would say, the appropriate theoretical foundation to apply. This is the conceptual framework of the study. So analyzing whether intrinsic as well as extrinsic factors have an effect on entrepreneurial intention, and all that is under the umbrella of the theory of plant behavior. The plant behavior, it has three components to it. It can either be a subjective norm, which is a social pressure maybe that pushes an individual to become an entrepreneur, or it can be a perceived control behavior where one perceives that they can actually take up the behavior of becoming an entrepreneur, or the third one being a subjective norm. The methodology have assumed that an objective positivist paradigm, and to align with this assumption of the single reality, the objective of the study is to perform a correlational study between my extrinsic and intrinsic factors together with the entrepreneurial intention. A quantitative method was followed in this data collection, and the literature review was conducted to identify factors and measures of entrepreneurial intention that have not actually been explored further in the South African context, so that we can bring in, bridge the gap or bring in new knowledge. And the participants were required to complete an online survey indicating the extent to which they identify their entrepreneur. I opted to use a questionnaire, and it was based, it had a Likert scale ranging from 1 to 5. The Likert scale was deemed to be appropriate because primarily it is able to quantify the behavior and all the latent variables that are had in this study. Previous studies have used it, and it has proven to be an appropriate tool. Make sure that the that I adopted from the other questions, I adopted them from the other studies that have already been done. And I also conducted a pilot study. This pilot study was done with the students as well as lecturers. For the lecturers, though they were not the subject of the study, I did it with them so that I could get sort of expert knowledge from expert feedback. And for the students, it was to verify whether the questions were clear and if they related well to the study that is being performed. And the study data was collected from final year accounting students. And the reason why I've chosen final year accounting students is because those are the students that have to make the decision immediately as they exit. They are at a point in time where they have to decide either to become an entrepreneur or to become an employee. So I thought this would be a good pool to choose my data set from. And these are the results from the study. I gave the questionnaire to a class of 241. And that 241 consisted of postgraduate students who were studying accounting, as well as undergraduate students who are studying accounting, and in their 78 of them, I had 34 respond to the questionnaire. And with the undergraduate students, I had 99 of them that responded, and they were out of a class of 163. And majority of those students were female students, as you can see on the pie chart, with males just taking up as an insignificant, a significant portion, but not as significant as the females. And then the age group was mainly 18 to 24, which is part of the youth of South Africa. And the reliability test revealed that the study is appropriate in terms of this was done on a, sorry about that. This was done on a factor analysis, and the factor analysis revealed that the study was appropriate. As you can see that the reliability coefficient is more than 0.7, and 0.7 is the minimum that you're allowed to have. And the higher it gets, and it gets to like 0.9, then it means you have an excellent reliability in terms of that study. The results and recommendations from the study, findings from the structural equation modeling revealed that the intrinsic factors had a significant influence on entrepreneurial intention, and the accounting degree skills had a statistically positive significant relationship with entrepreneurial intention, which was really good because it shows that as the students are going through the degree and they're going through all these subjects, what then happens ultimately is that they actually do have an intention to become entrepreneurs based on what they have learned. And the findings from the intrinsic factors revealed that the following relationships existed. The perceived desirability was positive. And that means that students actually find the job of, or rather the role of being an entrepreneur to be desirable. And then the self-efficacy, which talks to how confident students are to become entrepreneurs, was also very positive, statistically positive and significant, which shows that, again, students are confident that they can become entrepreneurs. But the perceived ability, which talks to whether students that space actually proved to be there was a negative relationship, which means students felt that there are barriers that are stopping them from actually entering that market. So what are the recommendations that this study makes? The universities and governments, they should work towards reducing these barriers that students foresee that cause them to then end up not entering the entrepreneurship space. And how can institutions do that? They can provide students with necessary resources. They can bring them support systems and knowledge to make entrepreneurship feel more attainable. What were the limitations of the study? Given the fact that the study relied mainly on self-reported data, that there is a risk that there could be bias in that data. And also because it was cross-sectional data, which was at a not be extrapolated into the future, it means that studies would have to be conducted to sort of track this behavior and see over time how it changes, because it can change with over time as the individuals are being affected by different factors. And the sample was limited to accounting students, hence it can't be generalized to the whole university. Others that were not considered that may have an influence on the results, like for instance, your government policies, your culture, they all have an effect. And the reason why they were not controlled for is because the study was being mainly conducted within the ambit of the theory of planned behavior. Therefore, to actually give more conclusive results in control for those factors. But also that means there's an area for future research. That will be all from my end. If I may ask for feedback, thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. You went beyond time, but we gave you an extra 2 minutes. Thank you for your presentation. I hope you will stay online so that when we have Q&A.
Am I still audible?
Thank you, Sylvia, for your presentation, even though you went beyond time by 2 minutes. I hope you'll stay online so that you can participate in the Q&A later, if there are questions or recommendations for your presentation. We'll go to the next presenter. I think we have about 30 minutes before the lunch break. So what we'll do, we'll have one or squeeze another one and have two before the lunch break. And then I think we can do the first part of the Q&A just before lunch so that we can continue after lunch. For now, Ms. Makofane, HR, she's going to present on supporting SDG 15, Life on Land, through ecotourism-led conservation along the Panorama route in Mpumalanga. The stage is yours.
As we gather here to unprecedented environmental challenges, is the mic okay? Okay. The world is facing unprecedented environmental challenges, from deforestation to habitat loss and also climate change. SDG 15 calls on us to take urgent action in protecting and preserving the ecosystem, and also promoting sustainable land use. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Happiness Refilo Makofane. My presentation is titled Supporting SDG 15, Life on Land through the Ecotourism-led Conservation along the Panorama route. This is the content of the presentation. So tourism is one of the biggest industries globally, and it has become the fastest growing market worldwide. Tourists are now moving from traveling packages to engaging more with the environment and also for environmental education purposes. In the process whereby tourism or ecotourism takes place, the people in the rural areas are able to even practice livelihoods activities. The concept of ecotourism poses that in certain locations, tourism can be tailored to promote biodiversity, protection, and the welfare of surrounding communities. Hence, the title is Supporting SDG 15, Life on Land. One might ask themselves, why ecotourism-led conservation? This term is basically only refers to a practice of using ecotourism as a tool to support and drive conservation efforts, promoting the protection and the preservation of natural and environmental resources. South Africa, we know that it has many regions that are environmentally rich. You have your Limpopo, you have Mpumalanga, you have KZN, you have offer enormous potential for the development of ecotourism due to their the diversified and landscapes, the nature reserves that they have, and also the cultural sites. Offering the panoramic views of towering cliffs, that is the case study or the study area, which is the Panorama route in Mpumalanga. It has a spectacular monument to the splendor of the South Africa's natural beauty. We know that when you're talking about Mpumalanga, is a very beautiful province. The Panorama route, we're all getting all those tourist attraction sites whereby people go there, and some of the people are practicing ecotourism related livelihoods. So now, according to the Green Paper on the development and promotion of tourism in South Africa, the tourism sector has grown over the years. It growing over the years, it has also provided job opportunities, and people's lives were able to be improved, and also people are able to practice sustainable livelihoods. Similarly, in South Africa, the development plan, which is the NDP, reported that jobs were created. and jobs being created. Now the question is, despite all this tourism's potential to support conservation, the region still experiences habitat construction due to human activities. These are the aims and objectives. We have what is the role of the SDG 15, the impacts of ecotourism on livelihood, what are the challenges and the opportunities, and also the ecotourism-led conservation initiatives. The study is guided by these two theories. We have the human dimension conservation theory. The human, this one talks to the behavior of people, how people behave. We know that people are fickle beings. So people have the enormous power that they practice over nature. Human beings can either protect or destruct the environment. So we also have the sustainable tourism, which looks at the tourism's economic, social, and also environmental sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, its role is to promote or protect, restore the sustainable use of this ecosystem. It promotes sustainable forest management, combats desertification and land degradation. It ensures that there's conservation of the mountain ecosystem, protect biodiversity and the natural habitats. So one might ask themselves, life on land, who are we talking about? Are we only referring to the human beings? No. Remember that the environment has its components, and also people are also part of the environment together with all the animals that forms part of the environment. Hence, we have what we call respect for life as one of the theories in environment, which promotes that we should respect life of the animals, we should respect life of the plants, we should also respect life of the human beings. So the ecotourism-led conservation initiatives, what is it that we should look at? We have your protected area management, your sustainable tourism practices, community engagement, education. Why is environmental education important? Remember, we were talking in the morning, Prof. Mas also mentioned the issue of having all these principles, all these policies, but we are not following them. So one might ask themselves, are people ignorant? Are people aware of all these environmental policies that are in existence? So those are some of the questions that we should be asking ourselves. Wildlife conservation, ecotourism-based livelihoods. In all these tourist attraction sites, we know that people in these communities, because in most of the cases, these natural, the conservation areas, they are based in rural settings. So people that are surrounding or are residing next to those are able to practice the ecotourism related livelihoods. And this, in case, it also helps them to improve their standard of living. And in the process, people are able to practice community engagement and also learn in the process. So the findings and recommendations, the study has revealed that ecotourism has contributed to habitat conservation, wildlife protection, and sustainable use practices in the region. However, the challenge now persists, including inadequate infrastructure and limited community engagement. Ecotourism-led conservation along the Panorama route can contribute significantly to achieving the SDG 15 life on land by adopting sustainable tourism practices and supporting conservation initiatives. We can also protect and preserve the region's unique biodiversity and the natural beauty. I remember the last presentation that I had in the research, I asked or posed a question to the audience. I said to them, when was the last time you saw a butterfly? And people came to me asking, maybe butterfly, they are seasonal. I said that wasn't the case. The question was saying, when last did you see a butterfly? So it shows that whatever that we're doing on the environment, it react in the future. Hence, it is important to always take into account the concept of Sustainable Development, which says that we must take care of the natural resources that we have now, so that we don't, compromise the needs of the future generations to come. So now I'm gonna pose another question. When last did you see a ladybug? Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Yeah, I needed to do a real adjustment there. Thank you for the presentation. I think we'll squeeze one in before we go for Q&A, and then we'll go for lunch. The next presentation is Rala Rala, OSO, and Matlangu CP. Are they here? Hala, hala. It's R. Okay. Khala khala. Okay. They're saying it's khala khala. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Okay, they are going to present on an explore. 15 minutes. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ombe Swakhalakhala.
And I'm Pumla Matlangu.
We'll be presenting on the exploration of selected factors affecting the labor market in South Africa. So, like we said, the article selected a few factors that affect the labor market in South Africa from 1994 to 2023 using the ARDL. So the three factors that we selected were population aging, we selected remuneration, and gross fixed capital formation. The selection wasn't easy because most studies that are in this topic, they fall quant. So we had a lot of limitations as far as data is concerned. So we found it important to do this study because as much as the South African government has tried to combat unemployment and promote development skills in the country, such as EPWP and NDP, the National Development Plan. But there's still a lot of challenges that are facing the labor market in South Africa. These are challenges that we are all aware of: high levels of unemployment, especially youth unemployment. There's a lot of young people that are not employed, and also there's an increased rate of structural employment in South Africa, and there's also a high rate of unemployment that is affecting mostly women and also the black South Africans. So these are the trends in the labor market that we did to help us understand better these challenges. So we found out that unemployment has been increasing during this period as much as it has been a democratic South Africa. This is also due to structural employment in South Africa, whereby the labor market is full of workers that are supplying skills that are not needed in the market. So there's a mismatch there. And also workers experience long periods of unemployment in the country due to those structural changes in the economy. There's also rigid labor laws in South Africa, which also deters companies from hiring, especially during times like COVID-19, as we've seen that a lot of people lost their jobs due to those laws. There's also high cost of labor, there's brain drain. Most of the people, one of the problems. We also checked trends in the remuneration and population aging. Like we are all aware, in South Africa, there's significant salary gaps in the labor market. We have ministers that are earning more 2.2 million per annum, for example, and then we have people who don't even have a basic salary, who work in industries such as your restaurants, whereby they only depend on tips, and also the tips sometimes, the company will be like, they will take a certain percentage of them because you work here. So we also have a sizable informal sector, which is also created by the lack of employment in youth. And this is a problem because most of the people in the sector, they don't have benefits. They don't have job securities, they don't have pension funds, and such things. So as far as population aging is concerned, South Africa was found to be very young in comparison to other countries such as Japan and other countries in Europe. But the problem is when it comes to, when they advertise jobs, they want experience more than education. So population aging, in a way, it does affect youth unemployment because the elder population has an advantage of having that experience that they need. We looked at gross fixed capital formation, and we found that it has been growing over the years from 1994 to 2023, but it was expected to lead to high levels of direct employment, but the results do not really indicate so. Yes, there's an increase, but the quality is still very poor. And then the investment, we also looked, was it really used towards education and training skills so that people can be able to partake in capital-intense projects. Simple example is, I went to Imbali conference last month, and then we're presenting, and then we said we used eViews. And then they asked us, why didn't you use data or R or Python? So these are the kind of skills and training that the government or any industry related should try to invest on.
Okay, moving on to literature review. As much as we have looked at the theory or literature relating to our topic, we have found that there is very limited literature on this topic. So we have the theoretical framework where we're going to be looking at the new classical theory. So the new classical theory was articulated by Solow in the 1950s. So this relates to our study because it talks about the new technologies that affect the production of labor and capital and also investment. It also expands the labor force on the population. And then we have the classical theory, which Say's law really does focus on because of the market constitutes the foundation of the classical employment theory. So in the classical theory, labor and employment are detected by the production function, which also goes alongside with the demand and the supply labor within the economy. So now looking at the literature that you see on the slides, we have found some authors that found a long-term relationship or correlation between the gross fixed capital formation and labor absorption. And then some have found that there is a long-term equilibrium relationship between the remuneration or compensation and labor production. Although some do find that with other specific democratic groups, there is a negative relationship between labor and population.
We used a simple model using our data from the World Bank, whereby we measured labor markets against locked population, aging, remuneration, and gross fixed capital formation. 2 test results, generalized least squares. And then because of what we got from the formal unit root tests, we decided that ARDL was the best approach for the study. So we used the bound test to check for co-integration. Also, it allowed us to check for the long run, short run relationship, and the ECM.
So we used obviously the ATF unit root test and the Dickey-Fuller augmented generalized least squares for our unit root test, right? So we use this to test because of their simplicity and their applicability of the methodology. We have found our variables to be stationary at level and some to be stationary at first level. So this allows us to run the ARDL bounds test. So here we're looking at the long-term and the short-term relationship between the variables. So as you can see, the ARDL bounds test, we have the upper bound and the lower bound. So this means that there is a long-term relationship between our variables. So now with the estimated long-term results, we have our labor market, which is negative and insignificant in the long run. And for example, I'll give you remuneration, which is positive and significant in the long run. So this means that 1 unit increase in remuneration will lead to 0.4 increase in labor market. With population, we find that 1 unit increase, in population aging will lead to a decrease in with the value of negative 0.62 when we use our labor market as our Y variable. So with the gross fixed capital formation, 1 unit increase in gross fixed capital formation will lead to 0.13 increase in labor market. And then we have our error correction, which is negative, and it means that this will reach the equilibrium by 0.2121%, and it's also significant. So this really shows that there is a long-run relationship between the variables. And then we have our Granger causality test, which we look at the causality between the variables. We have the population and the gross fixed capital formation. As you can see with those variables, there is a bidirectional causality between the variables. So now moving to the normality test, we have to look at the Q-Swiss value, which is 2.73. So this value is closer to 3, which in theory it says that this value must be closer or equal to 3 for it to be normally distributed. And then we have our JQ barrier, where we have to reject our null hypothesis. And then we have the summary now of the diagnostics test. So we have the serial correlation, and then we ran the heteroscedasticity for Arch, Harvey, and Bruce, Pagan, Godfrey test. So we found here that we do not reject the null hypothesis because of the p-values. So looking at this, it means that the serial correlation indicates the absence of serial correlation, and then with the 3 other tests, which are for the heteroscedasticity, they indicate the absence of heteroscedasticity. And then we have the QSUM and QSUM of square test. So here, the test statistics lays within the boundaries of the critical boundaries, right? So it means there is our study will be stable, or the variable will be stable over time for both the tests, which is the stability test. So in conclusion, with the results that we have found, they also align with the literature that we have got, that there is a long-term relationship between the variables, and we have found that some studies did found the relationship between labor market and remuneration, or labor market and the gross fixed capital formation.
We also made a few recommendations, which we couldn't put all of them, like increased investment in modern machinery and technology, which is gonna also help the country to be more complex in terms of their exports. And then we talked in the paper fully on policies that can be adapted to promote youth employment. We also recommended increased investment in programs that promote technical and vocational skills. And lastly, we recommended an establishment of targeted pay subsidies that lower firms' labor costs so that it can help firms to be encouraged into increasing their hiring rates. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think now we will go straight to the Q&A. We'll give it at least 7 minutes of Q&A. We had 5 presentations. I hope you are jotting down the questions, suggestions, comments, and all that. I'm going to take only 1 round of questions. Just raise your hand. State your name and where you are from, and also who are you asking the question to, and then we take it from there. Can I have your hands? It's for the 5 presentations. We have the first one here, we'll have the second one there. Only 1 round. Any other person? We have the third one there. We have one at the back. The 4th one, 5th one. Okay, in that order, you may start. Can we have the mic, roaming mic?
Okay, sir, thank you very much. So mine is not a question, it's a comment I would like to make to all the presenters. First of all, thank you very much for the presentations. The comment I want to make is that I'm wondering, I thought, look, for example, at the ecotourism one. Now, I've got a student at the Graduate School of Business Leadership. By the way, my name is Andre van der Pol. And she's working on the 4IR in tourism. So I think, for me, just as a comment, maybe they can all just think about the use of technologies in what they are doing. I know they're using IT stuff, SPSS, R, or some qualitative tools, but maybe technology can play a role for each of you there. Thank you.
Thank you. At the back there.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Felipiana, and I'm from the University of Limpopo. My question goes to the last presenters. I believe that as they were presenting, they indicated that there's correlation between an increase in salary and the increase in jobs. So my question is whether that increase is in terms of demand of jobs, or is it in terms of the supply of jobs? Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, this side. This side, this side. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My question goes to, I think it's Mr. or I don't know the title, Nkwana. Prof. Okay. Prof. Nkwana. I just want to verify, because when I read the topic saying dynamics of youth entrepreneurs. I expected to hear you presenting about the dynamics, not just one dynamic of funding. I think your results from the qualitative point of view, I don't think it can only bring a theme of funding only as the main dynamic in developing and hear more themes and sub-themes in that regard. But unfortunately, it revolved around funding. Are you saying, is it the only problem when it comes to developing our youth in terms of entrepreneurship? So I just want to know if maybe, is it to do with time, or maybe your findings revolved around that? Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Prof at the back.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ngamulankun. My question or comment is a mixture. The presenter will pick whether it's a comment, whether it's a question. It goes to the Honorable Mako. There was a very interesting presentation about monitoring and evaluation, more so if it is being tested within the local government space. It was very much informative. But however, I would like maybe to squeeze a comment on the issue that we have found ourselves, and she attested to that in the presentation, as a more planning country than implementation. And monitoring and evaluation come on the side of implementation. Then each year, each regime, wherever we are moving, we are still planning, yet the implementation is another part within the policy landscape. So I just want to squeeze a comment, and mostly looking within the context of intergovernmental relations, that these various spheres of government, it's like each sphere, of course constitutional, that they have their own spaces but which are interrelated. But when we service the people down there, the water or whatever services is coming to the people doesn't care which sphere is coming. They have to be delivered. So that interaction and coordination, is there anything maybe to squeeze further comment in relation to our body of politics, that people who are within the certain sphere of government, they regard that as their only space, maybe their only word within that sphere. Those who are local governments, another word. Those who are national governments, another word. I just want to squeeze the comment. And then lastly, which I know is very sensitive, but in scholarship we always need these sensitive parts. That's squeezing from the space where she's coming from. I know that she's coming from the policy landscape at the executive level, that the issue of having necessary agents, putting them in this to roll our systems. Of lately, there's a big talk about the deployments of cadres to run the system within the context where I'm coming from in public operations, because if you need to fly a jet, you need a pilot. There's no other way. You need a pilot to fly a jet. So what is a take, given the context of monitoring, evaluation, and implementation to real policy? Just thought I have it, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Prof. The last question from Prof. Koma at the back. Can we have the mic to Prof. Koma?
Thank you, Chair. Sam Koma from University of Limpopo. My question is directed to Dr. Khalakhala and Ms. Mahlangu. Did your paper explore the issue of the minimum wage? If not, what is your position on the issue of the minimum wage as a labor policy intervention in South Africa? And I wish to commend you on the great joint presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. So those were the questions that we had. Some were comments, some were suggestions. From the presenters, who wants to start responding? Or if you feel like all were suggestions or comments, you don't have to. Okay, you want to start the last presentation?
Thank you so much. The first question, we were asked whether the relationship between remuneration and the labor market is because of demand or supply, ne? So I think mostly we were focusing on how to improve the quality of the labor market. So the better, obviously holding other things constant, it's arguable, but that's why we have an error term in economics. But the better the remuneration, the better the working conditions, like people are encouraged to do their work. Because I know people would do fraud because they're earning less, like Giafana anyway. And then, Prof, we actually went through a lot of factors affecting the labor market before we had to decide, like education, human capital, and a lot of others. So on the paper, we did discuss the issue of a lot of policies, including the issue of minimum wage, which we think it's important because a lot of literature, or rather, some literature shows that there's a lot of employees who are being taken advantage of. So they do this because they don't even let them sign contracts in the beginning. So you're just working, but you don't have a contract. So even if I fire you tomorrow, you have nothing to look back at. So if the government or whoever is responsible was more involved to make sure that everybody is taken care of, the labor market would operate in a very better situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you can give it to Prof. I'm giving you only 2 minutes because.
Yeah, no, a minute is enough. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, no, there were many factors. Overwhelmingly, you'll know this, capital is always the big thing in business. We want money, to start a business. But they did mention about skills, They wanted entrepreneurial training on entrepreneurship skills. The other one was mentorship, community support. So they wanted to have mentors in the business community to mentor them. But I keep on mentioning about finances and fundings because it's the one that came up overwhelmingly. Like everybody was talking about it. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Sure.
Makofani, do you have anything to? If it was comments, you don't have to
It
respond.
was a comment that I should also look at the use of technology.
Okay.
Yeah, in ecotourism.
I think there's the last one at the back. In a minute, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah. The use of technology, it's captured in my presentation. Yeah. That everybody said, for proper monitoring and evaluation, it must be automated from whatever lower level up to the highest level so that the information is properly secured and it could be easily accessed and utilized accordingly. The second point is on whether more planning. My findings are, you have a higher level, legislation, yes, is an issue because Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act is not enforceable. It's something that just say we can coordinate and agree. That's why even the district development model, you can see that it's only a coordination purposes other than national government enforcing over provincial. But as well, you see the findings that if at national level, the MNE, planning and monitoring evaluation is headed by a minister. But at a provincial level, it's a director at another level. You don't even have that at a mayoral level. So there is no that correlation that goes from local up to the national level. So those are some of the last thing that I can indicate. The last point, it's on whether CADA, I didn't understand the question, but my findings are, of the people who were interviewed, all of them, including municipal officials, provincial, local government unit, as well as COCTA National, you'll find that 74% of officials that are working there are qualified, all have tertiary, and they all have experience. So I'm not sure where that element comes in, but I'm just talking to the findings that I was able to find in terms of the research that was done. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Okay, I just have a few announcements before we go to break for lunch. The first one is that lunch is at Lapa. I think it's on the other side. You'll find the direction to the Lapa. So what is going to happen is that after lunch, what is going to happen, all of us will come back here. There will be another performance for about 15 minutes. After that, we will then go to our breakaway sessions. So the presenters who were supposed to present in this session will remain here. And then the presenters, what we notice is that on the next session, the presenters who were in a breakaway room 2 are the ones who are present. On breakaway room 1, it's only one person. So that person will remain here together with those who didn't present in the last session. And then the other presenters will go to breakaway room 2, which is just across. It looks like a church, you will see it. Yes. I think that's what we have. Let's come back at least at 2 o'clock so that we can continue with our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. We always appreciate this. I think youth comes with exuberance, so you need to have energy. That is one characteristic that you are still youthful. And we can see. Oh, they're still presenting. I think I was quick. Let's give them a round of applause. Don't be jealous. Please do it again. Thank you very much. No, we really appreciate Sibeti Primary School for such a presentation. If you were to do that, some of you won't wake up tomorrow. So it shows that there is energy there and they're still youthful. But we want to appreciate that. And then we are now moving into the next segment. As we indicated, we are going to have one session here. This is Safari and another one by the chapel. I think as you were going to the Lapa, you would have seen the chapel up there. So we are going to have Prof. Van der Poel here. And then also, I just want to get the initials right. So HA, you will be in this venue. And those that did not present in the morning, that were supposed to have presented in the morning, you will still present here. Those that are scheduled to present this afternoon, who are supposed to be in the other venue, which is session 2, will go to the chapel. So that is how we're going to be having. So both sessions are going to be chaired by the Van der Poels, and then H.A. Van der Poel will be here, and then Prof. B will then be in the chapel. So we can disperse like that. Those that are supposed to present in the other venue, and then those that are supposed to be here. You can then choose which one do you want to attend. Thank you very much. Prof, I think you can take over the stage for those that are going to be presenting here. So those that are supposed to go to the other venue, please, you may also go there now. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is not quite the graveyard session yet. The graveyard session is the one that comes the very last session of the day. Can I just see who here were supposed to present this morning, but you didn't have an opportunity to present? Can I just see one hand per group? If there are 2 or 3 of you presenting the same paper. So how many of you? Okay, it's 1, 2 people, 3. Okay, I see 3 people, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so I'm not sure, the program is a bit random, seems like it, which is fine. One mustn't be too organized, otherwise people expect too much of you. Okay, so can I ask then the first group or the first person who wants to present, can we, yeah.
Thank you. The following persons or presenters are supposed to be going to the chapel. The first one is Paka M, and then Mpela, Liseho, Muhashwa, PT, Liboho, T, and Provayaya. You are going to the chapel, and then the other ones are remaining here. So these ones that I have, whose names I've pronounced, please go and present in the chapel. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure. The first speaker was given 10 minutes and he managed to do it in 7 minutes. So maybe we can start by giving them, so there will be 4 speakers. I understand 3 who couldn't present this morning. And then I understand the second session was only going to be 1 person. So we have 4 people altogether. Am I correct? Okay, good. Can I ask for the first speaker or speakers to come up, please? Okay, is there an ICT person to assist us here? Okay, I've got a PhD in computer science, but you will never say it. Not anymore. It's 30 years ago. No, you can hold it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leopeng Kechi from the Department of Public Administration, University of Limpopo. Supervisor Professor Ngamula Nkuna. The title of my study or my paper in progress is Migration, a Time-Ticking Bomb in the South African Public Administration, a case of selected departments in Limpopo province. Public administration, colleagues, remains a system of structures and functions operating within a particular society with the objectives of facilitating the formulation of appropriate government policies and the efficient execution of formulated policies. This then implies that it is through public administration that goods and services are delivered to the society at large. Government serves communities to advance the common good and create constructive change in public administration. However, with migration being an international phenomenon, it has become a challenge for public administration, in this case in South Africa, to cater for this situation that we have at hand, which is challenges in migration. South Africa, being a member of the polity, is among the states that are facing challenges emanating from migration. Migration continues to offer significant obstacles to service delivery in a variety of departments stated in South Africa. For instance, hospitals and clinics are overcrowded with illegal and undocumented migrants. Schools are flooded with immigrant learners or students. Farmers are employing immigrants for lower wages. Home affairs systems are failing to control the migration influx. Immigrants have also overtaken land and they've built shacks and also they huddle. Migration has quite an impact on water consumption with the water scarcity crisis in the country. It is not of help to have undocumented and documented sharing the scarce resources that we have in the country. The aim and objectives of this study is to investigate migration as a multi-sectoral challenge in public administration with specific reference to Limpopo province with a view of recommending a working model for migration within public administration. The first objective is to analyze migration patterns on various service delivery sectors in Limpopo province. Second one, to examine the extent to which public administration provide for migration in Limpopo province. Thirdly, to establish the effect of migration on multiple sectors in Limpopo province. And lastly, the study would recommend a working model for migration in public administration. The theoretical framework that underpins the study is multi-sectoralism. Multi-sectoralism is an approach. It's based on common objectives and goals with target identified. In this case, the target is migration. So basically, multi-sectoralism advocates for collaboration between different departments, private organization, and non-profit organization. According to CBLO 2021, Botswana adopted the use of multi-sectoralism to deal with most crucial social issues because it is through collaboration that certain issues may be uprooted and policy formulation and implementation be effected. So effective multi-sectoralism in public administration where departments collaborate to address the migratory issues will support South Africa's socio-economic growth, national security, service delivery, customs, and policy execution. According to Lungu and Harvey, in the past it was assumed that centralized public administration and planning was the solution for stability, prosperity, and sustainable development. But with the difficulties that have emerged in the paradigm, governments worldwide have come to understand that multi-sectoral approaches to addressing governance issues can indeed produce good governance. To support these colleagues, multi-sectoralism as a theoretical framework is mostly used in the health department to deal with the communal diseases and all other related diseases that are related to migration. Coming to the empirical literature review, people move from one place to the other for various reasons. Migration can be classified as political migration, internal migration, where people are moving from one village to the other, one town or one province to the other. Then we have also international migration, secular migration, seasonal migration, chain, voluntary, involuntary, imposed migration, and forced migration. Migration in its nature comes in different patterns, briefly described as internal migration, international migration, which is classified into two major categories, the immigration and emigration. Immigration being the movement from one's country to the other, and also emigration moving from your own country to the other country. Then we also have forced migration, like I've already said, that these patterns of migration are shaped by multitudes of factors, including economic opportunities, political circumstances, and personal aspirations. We know that people move from one country to the other. Some are moving for school purposes, education purposes, some are just for vacation, others are to seek refuge, and other reasons that they might have. Underpinning migration in public administration, we have the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, wherein the Bill of Rights extends the provision of basic services to everyone who lives in the country. This is regardless of their status, be it you're here legally or not, you have access to the basic services. Therefore, public administration processes that are governed through the pre-2000 in place. This act provides for various aspects of immigration in South Africa. We also have the Refugee Act 130 of 19, Border Management Authority Act 20. We also have the National Health Act 61, Education Act, Agricultural Act, Employment Equity, and many more other acts, because migration in its nature is multi-sectoral, since it affects all departments. The study is qualitative in design. It is conducted in Limpopo province. The study area for this study is in Limpopo province, Vhembe district municipality, the 5 municipalities being Thulamela, Thohoyandou, Musina, Vhembe district municipality, and the Collins Chabane municipality. The departments that also form part of the study area, the study population also, is the Department of Home Affairs, Department of Human Settlement, the Department of Education, also the Department of Local Economic Development. A purposive sampling was used to select participants based on the pre-knowledge of public administration and migration. The population of the study is made up of 36 participants. Using multiple data sources for the study, such as primary and secondary data, helped to cross-verify findings and minimize the activity of the study. Ethical clearance was granted by the TREC Committee of the University of Limpopo. Therefore, the study provides insights within public administration landscape through a multi-sectoral approach on the extent to which migration can be regulated. We can all agree that there is a need to operationalize the practice of public administration beyond a compartmentalized service delivery sectors in dealing with such issues as migration. From the data that I have already collected, I have developed the following themes. Then I will elaborate a bit on each of them. There's legal and policy framework. From the data that I've gathered at the Thulamela municipality, also at Collins Chabane and Thohoyandou, it was indicated that at the local government level, we do not have policies that governs migration. And this is a concern, according to me, because now at the local government, we are a sphere that serves the citizen. We are the sphere that receives migration when they For an example, when we receive migrants from our neighboring countries, the SADC countries, those who use Beitbridge, they enter through Musina. Some settle at Musina, and there are those who have settled at Toyando and all those municipalities and throughout the province. It means that now the local government is servicing them, but there is no single legislative frameworks or any bylaw that says at local government you're supposed to check this 1, 2, or this is how you're supposed to regulate migration at the local government. Then the other theme that I have also developed from the findings is the departmental fragmentation. All the departments that I have mentioned, currently they are regulating migration in a manner that it's not of collaboration amongst all the departments. Each department is regulating migration in a way that they can. Then again, we have the political rhetoric and policy response. Whenever there is xenophobic attacks, whenever we have social attacks on the migrants, we will have political leaders coming forth to address the issue. And to mention this, back in 1994, when the late Buthelezi was the first Minister of Home Affairs, did mention that migration is a sensitive issue. And then again, we had Naledi Pandor in 2013 when she was the Minister for Home Affairs. She said migration is a complex working area. Then again, back in 2022 or 2023, I'll verify that, we had Fikile Mbalula who said that indeed migration is a ticking time bomb for South Africa. Now the question is, because migration has been there during apartheid, but during apartheid they would bring migrants for labor purposes. Then after that we had the new government democracy. Now there was not really much that was done to regulate migration to date. That's why today, after we've seen Minister Schreiber going around the buildings, going around the provinces, then we've seen a movement in restaurant raids and factory raids, where now they're trying to see how many people we have who are supposed to be in the country, how many people are eligible to be working within the country. So those are some of the challenges that we've seen. And also from the data that I gathered, there is evidence of maladministration in regulating corruption, also lawlessness, xenophobic attack, cooperative governance, holistic approach, shared responsibility amongst departments, inclusivity, flexibility, and adaptability of different. In conclusion, South African government faces numerous immigration enforcement challenges that are played out against complex institutional structures. Therefore, we call for a need for COGTA to introduce a legislative directive or policies which will regulate migration at the local government level, and also a total overhaul and reform of the Home Affairs Department. Again, the South African government should devote greater energy to forming cooperative forums with all the SADC governments. All the affected departments and private sector should collaborate and produce systems that will ensure synergy in the migration regulation, where the systems of all the departments will be linked to maintain order and the storage of migrant information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, man. Okay, can we do as we did earlier this morning? We keep the question till right at the end, all right? All right, can I then ask two people to come up, the ICT and the next speaker, please. ICT to take us to the next presentation and the speaker to take us through it. Let her look where it is.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ndivo Eunice Ratombo. I'm here to present the paper entitled Investigating the Nexus Between the Blue and Green Economy Towards the Economic Growth of South Africa. So, the global attention, change, and energy efficiency of environmental problems, also known as the green economy, has grown in the heart of most developed countries and affect the political agendas and the literature's trend at large. This has made also African countries to go all out in order to respond to numerous economic challenges, environmental challenges, and also societal crises, which are enshrined on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So the title of my study incorporates Sustainable Development number 8, 12, 13, 14, and 15, which is decent work and green economy. Try to solve the issues of blue is like we are addressing the issue of sustainable by various scholars, or it has been given different definitions such as social inclusion, water-dependent business in the field of tourism, environmental sustainability in the form of transportation, so the ecological modernization theory. So the ecological modernization theory. So based on the EKC focuses much on making sure that sustainable economic growth is maintained towards the future, despite the various indicators or challenges which are there. Then the other thing when it comes to, or the challenge or the shortfall of the EKC is that when numerous economic activities are being exploited, they positively damage the environment, which at the other side you find that there is inverse relationship. Beside the environmental coordinate curve, the study also employed the ecological modernization theory, which focuses much on the adjustment which is made by industries in order, and the changing market aspects also utilized for based on the existing the formal functioning of the model. GE, which is equivalent to CO2, it displays a positive correlation to economic growth. So based on the ADF and PP test, these are the outcomes under level and phase difference. Then under the ARDL co-integration, then the F statistics is 22.18, which is above all the level of significance to show that there is long-run relationship or co-integration. Then based on the ARDL, long-run and short-run results, you can only see that the variable which have a positive relationship to economic growth is the LTP, which is the total farming production, and also the recons, and also the total greenhouse gas emission, which is equivalent to CO2. The rest of the variable, they provide a negative relationship, even though they are significant. Then below we see a error correction model of negative 0.84, which shows that this model will bounce back to equilibrium by the speed of 81.1%. So the findings of the study, it's supported by Zaidi 2019 and IFADA 2024, and is also in line with the EKC and also the EMT theory. And then they reveal that South Africa is following a traditional way to improve its economic growth. So the finding of the study are in relation to the prior expectation of the study and also supported by various scholars. Okay, and then under the diagnostic and stability testing, you can see that there is no serial correlation, no heteroscedasticity, and no heteroscedasticity under the Glester and Heavy test. and then the model is stable, as is indicated by the inverse AR roots. Then under recommendation in South Africa, so under recommendation and conclusion, then the study revealed that there's a positive relationship between LTP and log GHGECO2 during the long run. So the only variable which is important for the blue economy is log TFP, and for the green economy, it's log GHGE. So we recommend that due to various challenges which are faced with economic growth and also the environment, the current study can also be evaluated and use the variables which have been suggested below. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so the last speaker for this morning session, can we ask that one to come forward, please? And ICT again. Let me see.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon. I am Makoma Mulala Togo, and my study focused on the relationship between rewards, benefits, and the motivation of allied workers at a selected hospital. So employees are a greatest asset of any organization, and employers must therefore ensure that they create an environment of inclusion, engagement, and trust in order to improve performance. So this selected hospital, like any other organization, it offers its employees benefits and rewards as one of the approaches to positively influence their job satisfaction and motivation for eventual organizational performance. So organizations must ensure that workers are highly satisfied with their jobs, because job-satisfied employees are motivated to perform well, and thus increasing the overall organizational productivity, responsiveness, quality, and service. Therefore, knowing whether the rewards and the benefits that they offer are effective in retaining their excellent or experienced staff, or even attracting prospective employees, is important in this institution. So the study aimed at examining the relationship between rewards and benefits and the motivation, which included to assess the rewards and the benefits that the employer provides to the allied group, and also to investigate the rewards and the benefits that the allied health care workers perceive as motivating, and also to determine the rewards and the benefits that the allied group perceive as not contributing to their motivation. So coming to literature review, rewards are monetary elements that play an important role in motivating employees by reinforcing desired behaviors and recognizing achievements. And the benefits, on the other hand, they are non-monetary rewards and perks that are offered by companies in order to attract and retain employees. And motivation is the process of initiating, directing, and sustaining goal-oriented behavior. That is to say that motivation activates human behavior to achieve a specific result. So the studies have revealed that there is a positive relationship between rewards, benefits, and motivation, and that the relationship between rewards and motivation is stronger for intrinsic rewards than it is for extrinsic rewards. Over the years, several theories have emerged to clarify the concept of motivation. So this study was based on Herzberg's theory of motivation, which is a two-factor. So it focuses on motivator factors, which are more intrinsic or internal, and they involve elements such as achievement, recognition, advancement, personal growth, and even responsibility. And on the other side, there is hygiene factors, which are extrinsic or external. So these involve working condition, co-worker relations, policies, rules, supervision, quality, and also salary. So coming to our research methodology, this study employed a post-positivist paradigm, which we worked on gathering correlational studies, and it was also based on the literature that is existing. In this case, it was the Herzberg theory. This study was a quantitative, it used questionnaires, and these questionnaires had a 4-point Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And then the questionnaire also included the open-ended questions to gain insight from the group that was being investigated. This study was also a cross-sectional because it was done only focusing on a specific group to study it over a short period of time. Now, the target population was taken as the sample size. It involved 91 allied health workers. In this case, 5 of them were taken as a pilot study and later excluded from the main study. So the criteria that we followed in the study, we took those that are permanently employed and those that are registered, those that are independent practitioners registered with the Health Profession Council of South Africa. So therefore, after everything, the data was analyzed using the SPSS with the assistance of a statistician, and a Cronchpart alpha test was also done in order to test the reliability of the results, and the score was 0.862, which is acceptable. So coming to the findings of the study, the first objective, which was to assess the rewards and the benefits that are offered, the study discovered that with the rewards, it is the performance bonus, it is the pay progression, it is grade progression. On the other hand, with benefits, it was medical aid subsidy, housing allowance, retirement benefit, 13th check or annual bonus, as well as paid leave. And this included vacation leave, sick leave, family responsibility leave, maternity leave, incapacity leave, and so forth. With objective 2, where we're supposed to determine which of the rewards and the benefits the allied group perceive as motivating to them, the study revealed that a stable monthly salary, annual bonus in the form of 13th check, housing allowance, retirement benefit, paid leave, and medical aid subsidy, they all work towards their motivation to perform. And the study also indicated that a positive working relationship with supervisor and colleagues, helping patients, and that is the fulfillment derived from the job itself, the prospects of personal growth and technology, also motivates them to perform. In this case, these ones are the motivator factors according to Herzberg theory. And coming to our objective 3, which was to investigate which of the rewards and the benefits the allied workers perceive as not contributing to their motivation to perform. Now, the findings of the study revealed that the allied group did not perceive the performance bonus as motivating to them due to reasons of appraisal processes and subsequent bonus payments. And they also highlighted that their motivation to perform is negatively affected by the lack of rather than the presence of some factors. And this, in this case, included the lack of resources, insufficient human resource like shortage of staff, unfavorable working conditions, low salary, unclear policies, lack of recognition for work performance, and also insufficient supervision and support. Now, the study further revealed that the hospital is offering rewards and benefits that are suggested by the laws of this country. And the participants appeared to be motivated by both factors that are considered hygiene factors as well as those that are considered motivators. The participants also highlighted the importance of the presence of the rewards and benefits and their effect on motivating them to perform. Now, coming to the recommendations from this study, at organizational level, the study recommends that there be a strategic planning in terms of financial management. This will help in improving human resource, also working on infrastructure and acquiring equipment. And the study also recommends that there be regular workshops where policies will be clarified, where performance management, appraisal, and subsequent management of performance bonuses can be clarified. The study also recommends that training and development, especially for supervisors, so that there can be an improved quality supervision and support provided to the employees. At employee level, the study recommends activities such as team building so that the employees will learn to support one another. Now, coming to our future research, the future studies may look into other categories such as the nurses or the doctors, for instance. This can help in increasing the sample size and also to compare the responses to those of the allied health group. And the future studies may also look into another hospital that is similar for the purpose of comparison of results. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I see we've made up some time. Okay, I've just been informed that there are 3 more talks who would have taken place this morning. So I think we can...
that we'll have to reject the null hypothesis and conclude that there is no presence of cross-sectional dependence. And having found that, it means that we are going to use first generation unit root test. Hence, we are presenting them as they are. And then we have found that there is a mixture of order of integration with the explained variable, which is trade balance, found to be integrating at order I1, which is very important in econometric analysis. And in terms of co-integration, which simply tries to see if ever there is a long-run movement, the long-run co-movement among the variables, it is found by the cow test that indeed there is a long-run co-movement amongst the variable in the long run for both analyzed region, and then the Pedroni test also support the existence of long-run co-movement amongst the variable. Going into the empirical findings, we are going to start with the long-run estimates, which are extremely important. We see that in the long run, for Asian tigers, all the variables except the economic growth are a positive explainer or predictor of trade balance. This simply means that an increase in this variable will augment or will increase the trade competitiveness of the Asian tigers, and all of these estimates except exchange rate are significant predictors, as we see on the probability value. All of them are less than the critical predictor, with the exception of foreign direct investment and exchange rate. However, the most important thing that I would wish that for you to note is that even when you look at these estimates in the long run, we see the ones that are highlighted in red. They show that the magnitude at which they affect trade balance are greater than the magnitude of those of African lions. And then going to the short run, I'm just going to present them as they are, but then again, the most important estimate there is the ECM, which measures the speed of adjustment. Both model, it is found that they are converging to equilibrium, with the Asian tigers, African lions converging at a speed of approximately 87.78%, and the Asian tigers converging at a speed of 61.86%. And this slide was just meant to explain that. What do you call those results. Here I present the Granger causality test. From the Granger causality test, number one, let's look at African lions. It is found that there is a unidirectional causality that runs from FDI to trade balance, unidirectional causality that runs from real effective exchange rate to trade balance, and a bidirectional causality between real effective exchange rate and economic complexity. These results are simply seen here. Where we reject the null hypothesis, it's wherein we found that the probability value is less than the critical value of 0.5, and we reject the null of the variable not Granger causing the other. And then in terms of the Asian tigers, we have bidirectional causality between economic growth and trade balance, and a unidirectional causality that runs from FDI to economic complexity, from economic growth to economic complexity trade, from productivity to real effective exchange rate, and as well as from real effective exchange rate to economic growth. And the study further employed the variance decomposition test just to forecast the predicted, the 10-year period. How will these variables affect trade balance, okay, in the next 4, 5, 10 years? But then we see that in all the models, the trade balance is determined by its own forecasted innovations, and then the generalized impulse response simply conform with the short run and long run results. And then the study went through the normality and stability test, and it was found that the residuals are normally distributed, and then it was also found that there is stability in both the estimated models. And then in conclusion, in line with empirical result, it is concluded that Asian tigers dominance as compared to African lions is, among other, cemented on the level of economic complexity and or their sophisticated economic structures, particularly economic complexity technology. Moreover, based on this result, the following policy recommendations are put forward. Firstly, African nations should make efforts to sophisticate their goods and services, especially those that they offer in the international trade market instead of exporting raw products. This will enable them to recoup, to reap maximum benefits from their exports, and also create job opportunities in their domestic economy. Number two, African countries also need to find effective ways of enhancing productivity level. Asian tigers emerge superior in terms of productivity levels, which is found to be a positive predictor of trade balance. And then these are the limitations and area for future studies. Thank you. Okay, no, thank you very much. This article is actually, the title of this article is not exactly as the PhD thesis, because on the PhD thesis is technological progress. And then when we say we group all these variables, they become a proxy for technological progress. So the uniqueness or novelty or contribution of this study is actually rooted on the proxying of the concept of technological progress.
Emissions of the companies, there was also a change in the carbon taxes once it reached the baseline. And the findings are, so the impact on the carbon emissions, the regression revealed a significant relationship between carbon emissions and carbon taxes. The model fit and liabilities that the high R-squared value indicates that the model provides an excellent fit to the data, with most of the variability in emissions explained by changes in carbon taxes and statistical significance. The low p-value and the high F statistic confirm that the relationship between carbon taxes and emissions is statistically significant. Practical implications: the policymakers should be cautious when interpreting the effect of carbon taxes, and further analysis needs to be made to understand the underlying mechanisms of the relationship. And the conclusion was that the regression analysis shows a strong relationship between carbon taxes and carbon emissions, with the model explaining almost 99% of the variance in emissions based on changes in taxes. The slope is significantly different from zero, confirming a meaningful relationship between the variables. So with that, you should keep in mind that, so for the purpose of this, as only there was 2 variables for the purpose of the study, meaning also other factors may need to be considered by the policymakers in terms of determining whether these carbon taxes have actually been effective. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's going better and better. We're making up time. I suggest that we keep the questions for, because we've got 2 more presentations to go from the morning session. But I suggest that we go for tea time now, not to keep the people waiting who provide the tea for us. You know, they also have a schedule according to which they work. And then we can have the 2 more presentations, and then we have questions for those, and then we come to the afternoon session where we should have been now already. All right. Okay, thank you. Does the boss want to make any announcement? Anybody? No, no, he doesn't want to. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you then after tea time. Please come back at 3:30. All right. 3:30. Yeah. Yeah. 15:30.
Literature, the methodology, and then we'll go straight to the results. Now, occupational stress, as many of us would know, has lately increased its traction in terms of the studies that have been conducted in especially workplaces. And this has somehow been mistook to mean the occupational health issues that generally are seen as in physical issues that could be seen physically. However, there is a problem with regard to intensity of study, with regard to psychosocial issues that affect especially employees. Now, okay, I'm sorry, this thing is not very firm. I might need to maybe not touch the podium. Okay, now, with that having been said, we see that most organizations take initiatives to employ safety measures, mainly based on the fact that they will be able to either avoid or deal with physical safety, such as your chemical, biological, and physical exposure to employees. At the same time, neglecting the fact that there will be psychosocial issues that may be, related to issues that has to do with day-to-day activities in the workplace, including occupational stress factors. Now, because this study was done in the municipal or public sector area, we also see that municipal officials, having been regarded as the face of service delivery, somehow are finding themselves having to work under pressure of delivering the services as per the demands of the societies. And sometimes the perception can drive them to an extent that most of them feel that, most of the employee, society feel that the services are not delivered. This would be the general perception, are not delivered to an extent that they would expect them. Now, as you know that most local government, especially the modern local governments, would strive at all times to create circumstances within their
municipalities and its legal jurisdiction, or the areas where they operate, to try and satisfy the citizen by delivering quality services. Now that is where now the pressures come in. And when the pressures come in, the managers and the decision makers usually look at the output to the detriment of the health of those who are on the ground. Now, in addition to this, you now have external factors that come to the employment environment, that comes with the technology, that comes with the periodic pandemics such as your COVID-19, and now employees find themselves having to deal with not only the pressures of their mandate that they have to deliver to the in terms of the services of the customers, but also the external factors that now pile on top of their workload that at the end of the day increases the amount of stress that they have to endure. Therefore, then the work conditions in these areas now threaten their health and with regard to the day-to-day activities. And then the study then hypothesized that, in the main hypothesis, that there is a statistically significant relationship between occupational stress and social dysfunction of employees at a selected district municipality in South Africa. This is the main hypothesis. However, as you will see in the literature, that occupational stress has got about 6 dimensions as defined by the authors, which I will show in later. I then decided to have a conceptual framework that has sub-hypotheses, where these dimensions of occupational stress were assessed separately against social dysfunction, especially to check could we find specific relationships within the sub-dimensions, as opposed to having a general approach of just occupational stress. And then social dysfunction as a dependent variable was then tested alone. But I will in the literature define from what context are we looking at social dysfunction. Now, occupational stress is conceptualized from the theoretical basis of Karasek's job demand model that was developed in 1979, which was later modified to include support, social support. Then it is now known as a job demand support model. Now, this model suggests that the external pressure that increases job demand increases the amount of stress on employees. And then on the other hand, the concept of social dysfunction is defined by Barlow and Durant as a diagnostic feature of schizophrenic disorder. But for the purpose of this study, this concept was theoretically located within the general health. And as you know, you find that general health has about 3 other dimensions, which would include your depression, your somatic symptom, and your anxiety, and social dysfunction being the 4th. Why did we then focus on social dysfunction? We focused on social dysfunction because most of the time, it is not a clear-cut, it does not have a clear-cut diagnosis, including if the victim of social dysfunction may not even be aware that the pressures that they endure at work has now affected their ability to think, the way in which they behave, their ability to even rationalize. Hence, there will always be a blurred line in terms of diagnosis. That is where the focus was, because at least there are attentions given to anxiety, depression, and somatic symptoms. Now, looking at the literature, we find that there is an empirical literature that actually link the occupational stress with social dysfunction, where Belloni et al. Found that stressful working condition, job demand, low control or low discretions affect the general psychosocial well-being of employee. And in a long run, the negative stress effects could lead to psychological and biochemical changes accompanied by psychosomatic and even chronic symptoms such as social dysfunction. Meanwhile, psychological strains is viewed by Jacks and Baer, as well as Kahn and Bayer, as correlating strongly with work-related stressors, more than psychological strains. Now, the psychological ill health with, include social dysfunction, anxiety, panic attacks, irritability, difficulty in decision-making, loss of sense of humor, becoming easily angered, constant tiredness, feeling unable to cope, avoiding contact with other people, mood swings, and inability to listen to others. And all this combined would then give an interesting, eager to find out how does stress factor in these symptoms. Now, the method that we used was that of a qualitative research with a cross-sectional research approach, where a sample of 67 participants was drawn from a population of plus or minus 100 employees. Stratified random sampling was applied, and the population was divided into two strata. Already? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, my time is up before I could even go to the results. Okay, yeah, let me just show the results. These are just biographic stats. So this is the descriptive statistics where I was looking at the normality of the data and the reliability of the data as well, to check whether the data was reliable in terms of Cronbach alpha coefficients. And then, indeed, yes, the data was reliable, and then the data was also normally distributed, which gave us permission to now continue with the analysis. Now, this is the correlations, and the results of the correlations are as follows. They are presented here, and they are summarized as follows. So we found that indeed there is a relationship between poor relations and social dysfunction, job demand and social dysfunction, job security and social dysfunction, supervision and social dysfunction. However, low control and work conditions showed no significant correlation, which then contradict with some of, this is just a presentation of accepting the first four hypotheses and then rejecting the two hypotheses that do not correlate. And I would like to thank you with this. Thank you very much. Yes. No. Yes, so the scale that was used was the questions were related to whether the people were they were secured or not. So the fact that the more actually the concept should be job insecurity, because the scale, the questions were negative. Insecurity, yes, yes. And thank you for that, because the scale was asking negative questions. And their answers were more like those who didn't feel secure would be a bit affected. Yes. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, this one. Yes, so supervision also, as you can see on the results, did show some correlation with the social dysfunction. Now, also the questions on the scale were that most employees found that they find supervisors as potential stressors or as potential contributors to stress. Now, but of course, this will vary from employee to employee. But most answers would be related to the fact that the way, the type of relationship they have with their supervisors does contribute to their occupational stress. Yes. Basically, yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes, so I think the reason work conditions did not correlate is that the scale that we use is mainly looking at, like you say, the physical intensity workplaces, where there's mines, constructions, and so forth. And my study was in local municipalities. And then most of their environment, the work condition factors, would be, they regard those as very normal, as non-threatening, and it has no relation to their social dysfunction. That was that is what I deduced from that response rate. So I could feel that mainly if maybe there is a bit of adaptation of the scale, general health scale, to try and tailor it to a different work environment that is not your typical high safety intensity areas, then we may be able to get a correlation, because they will look at your simple things such as wet floors, and signages and so forth, unlike exposure to chemical, exposures to sharp machines, and so forth. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. No, I did not factor the biographic information in. I just used it as just to see the percentages of how many from this category. Yes, but I didn't assess those. Okay, that's interesting. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ms. Shoma Kubele. I'll be presenting on the research that we actually conducted together with Prof. Rachidi and Mr. You can't hear me, my better. With Prof. Rachidi and Mr. Njoko. So to realize effective service delivery, employees need to be healthy and psychosocially well. So the strategic EWP in the public sector the strategic goal is to create a conducive working environment through which the interaction of both individual life and work to enhance efficient and effective service delivery by the employees. So the capability of an organization, or rather a department, to meet the employees' psychosocial, emotional needs has a significant impact on the relation between productivity and employee well-being. So other research findings confirm that employees in good health and well-being exhibit high levels of productivity and lowered stress and are more likely to experience job satisfaction. So we know that in 2020, got hit by the COVID pandemic, and it has left some fundamental, organizational, organizational and traditional, affected the organizational and traditional ways of how we do work in the different working environments. So this study intended to explore the kind of psychosocial challenges encountered by employees during and beyond COVID-19 pandemic, the implications on their well-being and the organizational performance, and perceived support from the EWP, that is the Employee Wellness Program, for improved employee well-being. So experienced and unresolved psychosocial stressors tend to have a significant effect on employees' quality of job performance, and thus can influence work balance. So that was Daniel saying that. So the problem statement, COVID pandemic resulted in adverse impact on the well-being of some employees' psychosocial well-being, resulting in the rise of mental health-related conditions, complicated grief, stress, substance abuse-related problems. Absenteeism, it was one of the major issues, due to application of prolonged ill health incapacity leave, due to persisting symptoms of post-COVID syndrome. That is what most of the staff suffered from. Persisting symptoms even after they've been declared clear, or rather not having the virus anymore. So supervisors started referring their subordinates for their therapeutic counseling services due to poor performance, job performance, citing COVID-related sources, or rather problems or challenges. So if EWP, that is Employee Wellness Program, is not responsive to the psychosocial impact of COVID, and employees do not receive the necessary professional support, their performance may be at stake. The state of service delivery, rather, post-COVID, in the era that we are in, may be at jeopardy, more especially in the public service, because we are the custodian of public, people that have to bring services to the public, to harness, or rather to fasten the SDG goals, how we achieve that as a country. So research design and methodology. Research design, it was a mixed method research, and we took a convergent parallel design, which is also known as the concurrent triangulation design. And the pragmatic problem was used. The study area, it was one of the selected department, government department in Capricorn District Municipality in the 4 local municipalities. So the target population was the employees of LDAD, that's the said department, within the districts who are falling within the Extension and Advisory Services Directorate, who were agricultural advisors in letters, who were senior agricultural advisors. We are with supervisory function. The sampling, we use the census method of sampling, and for qualitative, we use the non-probability purposive sampling. Also, we know that it's called the judgmental sampling method, for the same reasons that we needed to target the very same people that would actually give us rich responses. So data collection method, a survey was used for quantitative data collection, and 71 questionnaires were distributed, with 58 that were returned and analyzed, and the response rate was 81%, nearly 82%, which is fairly good. And 6 face-to-face semi-structured interviews were conducted with all the assistant directors within the district. So for data analysis, it was conducted concurrently, for both qualitative and quantity. And the SPSS was used to analyze the data, of course, through the assistance of the statistician. And thematic analysis method was used to analyze the qualitative data, where we managed to come up with themes and sub-themes to rather explore and investigate further. So on research findings, these were the findings, types of psychosocial problems that affected participants. It was quite a range of them. And if you can see there, the first one, stress, it ranged first, or rather second. Yes, it was first, with 20% of employees indicating that they have stressed or they feel stressed. And loss, it was one of those. Excessive fatigue, that speaks to the physiological, or rather the physical manifestations of COVID impact on the employees. Financial constraints, it was one of them. Financial insecurities that they experienced. Drug abuse and alcohol abuse as well. It also almost 2% of that. Depression, it stood out is a sub-theme. Many colleagues felt, or rather respondents felt depressed. And poor concentration at work, it was another, and lack of interest in the very same duties that employees used to perform prior to being hit by COVID. And others, there were some other aspects that came out. And some even said all of these aspects, they were affecting them. And it was quite a bunch of them, or rather a bigger number of the respondents that said that. So the sources of psychosocial problems that employees, respondents encountered, you can see work-related, it was at 17%, but personal-related psychosocial problems stood out at 48%. Almost 50% of the respondents said that they encountered personal-related psychosocial problems that really affected them during COVID and beyond. And others said both the two dimensions were affecting them. So with the 58 respondents that we got, 77.59% of the participants reported to be affected psychosocially by the pandemic, while only 22% said they were not. So from the themes that we got, stress stood out, and perceived fear of contracting the virus and infecting others, it was one of the sub-themes. Stress over financial insecurity during the period and now, currently, it's something also that also, put them under stress. Physical, stress regarding physical health and mental well-being, or rather mental health, came out there. And poor concentration levels because of post-traumatic stress disorder. Of course, that was what was caused by the isolation, quarantine, all those kind of things. PTSD, anxiety, depressive symptoms, sleeping problems, excessive fatigue, as some impacts of COVID on their well-being. So as a result, 25% of the 77% that responded reported incidents of injury on duty. So it was the first time that they actually experienced injury on duty, since 2020. So that was quite another worrying factor. Alcohol and drug abuse. Some respondents reported using drugs and alcohol for the first time during COVID, and more frequently to help them cope with the stress that was caused by the coronavirus. And the absence of ritual practices led to complicated grief for many, because they couldn't say goodbyes. There was no viewing of the body after somebody died. The holding of night vigils could not be held. And after tears gatherings, restrictions mostly led to alienated grief. And a lack of social or cultural recognition impaired support resources that usually provided aid during the grieving process. So because of those kind of rituals that could not be performed, some could still not try to come to terms with the loss. So 32%, or rather 32 respondents, that is 55%, used the EWP services during COVID pandemic, whereas 44% made no use of the service. So from that, 38 respondents, that's 65%, that included lack of therapeutic support by the EWP professionals during the hospitalization when they were in hospitals. So no follow-up during isolation and quarantine periods, being during those periods. And whereas others cited lack of thorough bereavement support services after losing their loved ones in that period. So only 20 participants, that's 34%, perceived EWP to be supportive during the period. So in conclusion, the usage of EWP service by employees was not adequate during the period, and the EPWP professionals were not seen as supportive during the COVID-19 era and beyond by the majority of the respondents. So more personal problems, as we've seen there, almost 50% of the respondents said that more personal problems were stressed employees. They were actually the source of stress for employees than work-related issues. So personal problems and challenges affected employees while at work. So they had to deal with issues that were affecting them domestically and resulting in significant effect on their performance and productivity as in general. So in recommendations, we said EWP has a significant role to enhance employee well-being and health in totality. And outsourcing EWP therapeutic counseling services could have potential to increase usage of the service by employees, because some of the employees were citing issues of not feeling comfortable with sharing the personal psychosocial issues in the workspace, in fear of confidentiality and privacy, and some felt it would be used against them in future if they come to EAP, and then they'll be tried, rather judged and not get opportunities for promotions and all those kind of things. So we also said medical schemes. Since these were public servants, most of them have medical aids, then they can use the professional psychosocial services benefits offered by the scheme and other existing public associations. So one of the reports by GEMS has indicated that public servants do not really use the allied professional services, the social work services, psychiatrists and psychological services, rather benefits. If our employees or rather public servants can start tapping into that, they can benefit. The reward system, incentives to encourage employees to engage in more help-seeking behavior, in seeing benefit for self-referral, not waiting for for supervisors to refer them for EWP or for other counseling services, but to see value in self-referral, not waiting for things to collapse, but to come and say, hey, I need help. Conduct periodic workplace climate surveys can also help to determine whether the EWP is effective in responding to the psychosocial needs of employees. So there's a need to conduct these periodic workplace climate surveys or rather researches where employees can actually give feedback and evaluate the program. So the EWP to be reinvented and designed in design and scope so that it has effective response to the well-being needs of employees post-COVID pandemic, because we need to evolve. We need to go with times, issues of in technology as well, so that people don't really have to see the practitioners in face-to-face, but they can use technology to meet up and receive services. EWP service champions. These will be the peer educators or rather colleagues in the department who promote and market the service benefits amongst fellow colleagues. My time is already almost up. And stress and mental health first aid workshops, which is very critical post-COVID for proactive educational support for employees aimed at preventing psychosocial challenges from advancing into complicated mental health problems and disorders, so that we have those kind like first aid mental health services or strategies in the department. Lies within the HRM corporate services, scope, but it's not there. So if it stands out and is in the strategic plan, then it can receive necessary funding that is needed. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Okay, so the last person for the morning session will now come up, and then we have for the afternoon session, we have 3 more. Okay, then we are done for the day as far as I can see. All right, so can I then ask presenter Setu to come up, please? Who's going to talk about the effects of migration on education. Please, thank you.
Poverty alleviation, and some basic utilities that we looked around the city of Tshwane, which made this study to be possible. And not only was this study focusing on immigration, or rather on foreign migration, but also on national migration. Just a little bit of the literature review. I'm just going to talk about the 2. However, the paper also alludes to other literature studies, one of which is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and the white paper on local government. The reason why this literature was reviewed, you'll bear with me that in terms of the Constitution, particularly on the Bill of Rights, every person has the right to mobility, hence this study. I won't hammer on the Constitution. However, in terms of local government, also that we're no longer talking widely about local government, but we're talking about developmental local government, wherein we look at how we develop within our own areas in the municipalities. But despite all of this, one has realized that officials within the city of Tshwane in particular, they've been reluctant in terms of how they look on the influx within the population around the metro, the metropolitan there in the city of Tshwane, excuse me, and realized the issue of human mobility, but reversing in terms of looking at specifically both the migration and not only focusing on immigration. So this is very important to focus the literature on the 2 legislative framework. However, when I go further, I realize that if you want to understand the elements of, or rather the effects of migration in Higher Tshwane, the important theory that one could start looking at is the theory of resilience. I was talking about the theory of resilience, looking at how I will give you an example. If you pull a string or a rubber band, when you lose sight of the other part, it will come back very quickly, and at the end of the day adapt to the situation that you have from the other hand. So the theory of resilience was very relevant in that when you go through the challenges emanating from migration, you'll realize that towards the end of the development of a particular person, rather a student in higher education, most of them end up adapting to where they are. I won't go further to what other scholars are talking on the issue of resilience, but particularly on what in the academic settings we have seen this increase in South Africa, or rather in particular in the city of Tshwane, where at the end of the day students end up staying there because of this theory of resilience. I will just jump the other part because it just elaborates on that theory of resilience. However, these were the objectives that I focused on. Firstly, to analyze the population growth within the city of Tshwane in terms of the higher education, meaning in South African universities currently. And also, I evaluated the rise of the country's demand for the goods and services in higher education. The third objective was to calculate or to measure the number of nationals being displaced within the city of Tshwane in terms of job opportunities as opposed to the foreign nationals. The last objective was to discuss or to come up with strategies that one can recommend in terms of when we see this rise in health issues, the illness that students are going through, and other social problems that higher education are focusing. That was very important to look at this objective as well. In terms of the methodology, I also joined other scholars and followed or adopted the qualitative research approach. Now, in terms of the findings, these findings were drawn from the previous, the objectives that I alluded to. On the issue of the analysis of the increase in the city of Tshwane's population in universities, we have seen that there's a rapid population expansion there. And as a result, on the national migration, the issue of rural areas death, not in terms of death, but death of viable economic possibilities are there. So it is important for us, when you look at that resilient, what are we saying about it? The other aspect is that there's high urban migrations. That is also in terms of national migration. People used to flock from rural areas and then migrate to urban areas. So you'll find that the infrastructure where most of them come from is being neglected, and they start a new life where they are residing currently. Economic centers have the ability to stimulate the economy if we look at both the element, national and international migration. Create more equitable metropolitan municipalities so that we look at the developmental local government if it is giving rise to what we are looking at. And at the end of the day, we have this coordination, collaboration, and integration of issues that are relevant. On the second finding of assessing the demand of goods and services around City of Tshwane's universities, When we focus on supply chain management, you will bear with me that there are a lot of challenges that we are going through in our country. However, around City of Tshwane universities, the social institution normally focus on the knowledge factor. They are actually not saying what we think they are saying, especially when you look at the supply chain management effect. Societies, in terms of the goods and services, you'll realize that they recognize and anticipate some important aspect or stakeholder role clarification, which manifest in a lot of confusion. So when you look at that to say, do we have students that we can elevate to being entrepreneurs around to the university? Is it viable or not? Unless we then reverse and look at our goods and services around the universities. Moreover, in terms of current circumstances, it becomes worse. You know what I mean. I won't elaborate on that. It's a discussion on another day. The third finding was that when I was measuring how the displacement of national national versus international job on internship and learnership skills around to the City of Tshwane University, government is actually sending the CETAs to universities to indicate that if you train the student in terms of the following programs, then we will receive what we are looking at in terms of accessibility of the higher education in South Africa. And also the number of students that are studying, depending on the type of program they are following, it actually boosts the morale of them stating after school or after university to say they'll be able to go and have internship or work somewhere with the experience they receive from the universities that they are studying at. On the issue of the disease which are related to social problems in universities around City of Tshwane, one of the diseases that I have looked at pertaining to the mental health, it is becoming more and more within the universities. Why? Because there are a lot of illnesses that students are experiencing, particularly when you look at the issue of anxiety. If you come somewhere and you are studying elsewhere, you will find that students are going through anxiety, even if you know they will experience mood swings. And you imagine yourself, if you are to move away from home for more than 3 years, that loneliness will actually make you to have that type of anxiety, particularly wherein after studying you find that you have built your own family elsewhere and you forgetting about where you come from. I will discuss some of the illness that I have seen when I was investigating this research. There's an illness called cumulative disorder in terms of the whole body, and that is led by not resting. Realize yourself as a student, you have assignments, you have exams, tests, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, you are sitting on your laptop more than 8 hours a day. You will get that type of an illness, and you didn't know until you start to consult. Illnesses whereby you complain about your rest, your posture, and your mobility, and so on and so forth. So anxiety and these mood disorders result in students having Prior studies have indicated, as we know, about the health issues among students, but they look at, students as being a person coming to consult. But this is actually linked to those factors that might be financial, the issue that you are being bullied in the university, the issue of where you come. And this can actually lead to you being feeling marginalized and saying you don't feel accepted in that particular university. And ultimately, this will actually give you a lot of psychosocial stress. I will just go. I won't talk about COVID-19. We all know what it does to a lot of us, not only students. But I will go to some of the recommendations that I viewed very important when I was going through the results of this study. That we need a very strong government in terms of the developmental humanitarian partners. Yes, I'm just rounding off. And also because I've spoken about developmental local government, I think our IDPs need to be reinforced so that they accept not only students but also people around. Stakeholder relationships should be enforced. Finally, higher education has to play a pivotal role in the context of South African socio-economical challenges, which in my paper I've alluded to them, but it will help everyone, and especially when we look at our young graduates, the problems that they are going through, that they might be resolved, and ultimately they will feel that they are part of the society. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so now we are on to the last three talks. So we are now in the actual afternoon session. So may I request then that presenter Lepia or Manoko, and they will be talking about envisioning a sustainable environment. They come forward, please. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Okay, I think we are now at the graveyard session, so everyone is very tired, which is very great for me because it means that I won't get any questions. Not to say that I do not welcome questions or suggestions. I would really appreciate anything that can assist in us improving the study. The current study is an ongoing study, so we are not yet done with it. So please bear with the grammar and the changes that we might need to do in terms of the study. As introduced, my name is Makofele Piana, and I'm performing the study with Ms. Manoko. She's not here because of personal problems that she's still currently dealing with. So the study is trying to envision a sustainable future, and it is arguing that often when we envision something that is in the future, we tend to find ourselves neglecting what is currently happening in the current world, and we end up, for purposes of taxing the current generation. As a means of introduction, we all know that South Africa is a developing country which is faced with great levels of unemployment and large economic disparity, illustrated by the Gini coefficient of 0.67, showing that there's a great portion of poverty-stricken people. Then we cannot necessarily look at the changing the environment without really considering how these policies are for unemployed. Development or the sustainable environment in South African context, we all know that it's a world phenomenon whereby you would have either the top 5% or the top 1% owning everything and of wealth. So taxes are often used to drive sustainability by promoting green energy and disincentivizing those that are using fossil fuels. So basically people that would be damaging the environment. So of certain provinces whereby they rely predominantly on those fossil fuels to provide their people with either jobs or to provide them with basic needed goods. Like for instance, Mpumalanga, which is the major province that produces coal within the country. So the importance of implementing environmental conservation is really felt in everything that we do. And the current generation should lend a hand in sustaining the world for enjoyment by the next generation. That is something that we agree with. But I think the question that we hold there is, what is the burden in terms of economical terms that then comes with this burden that comes from tax? And we believe that neglecting environmental sustainability would impose significant economic burdens, including increased disaster recovery costs and healthcare expenses related to pollution. So basically we cannot really ignore ensuring that we cater for an environmentally sustainable country or economy in general. So where the problems for this study lies is that studies would often touch on the sustainability quests from a commercial discipline by requesting that there should be more taxes for those that use harmful particles such as fossil fuels, and there should be incentives for those that are using sustainability-linked particles such as renewable energy. But they often do not speak to the people that are now getting the burden, because everyone uses that the polluter must pay theory, right? But no one goes further to say, after this polluter has paid, where does that additional expense lie? And that is what we're trying to basically close as a gap in terms of our research. So we argue that researchers often neglect the fact that by instituting more taxes to these emitters, it is not the entities that suffer, but it is the impoverished laymen who cannot afford the taxes that come with fossil fuels that are produced, or the electricity that is produced by that fossil fuels that ends up suffering, because the companies can actually push these costs to the end user, but the end user cannot do anything about them. They have to live with them. In terms of the significance, we aim to contribute to the existing body of knowledge relating to the effective sustainable environment by campaigning for the inclusion of individuals. So the study also contributes through informing policy for changes by proposing that the effects of tax are not passed down to the end users. The objective of the study is to explore how research on sustainable environment may encompass a holistic view that does not neglect the current world and tax laymen to death. Tax fairness theory is used for this study, which basically argues that taxes should be allocated on the basis of a person's ability to pay. And the person's ability to pay, we argue that it should not necessarily be limited to the emitters. It should be traced all the way up until the last person that uses the end products. And in terms of sustainability, that is for our literature review, 10 and others argued that the polluter pays principle that everyone knows about in terms of tax started firstly coming into play from an agreement from the OECD in 1972, struggling to get or to make ends meet, then you are poverty stricken. It's not necessarily about a certain number that someone came about and they say if you are living below this number, then you are poverty stricken. Bosco and Poji basically said that where there's poverty, or whether poverty is high, especially in nations where youth increasingly relies on the states for social welfare, in the long term, the youth will have little or no experience to secure jobs in the future, because at the point whereby they are supposed to be getting experiences, they find themselves living or depending on those social grants, and they're not necessarily getting any experiences at the time. And now looking into the tax burden, or what we term to be taxing people to death, we firstly looked at Ho and others, and we then spoke that while there are tax penalties improve the outlook on the new green industry in the current era, it also reduces profits for the eco-damaging industries, and thus reducing available funds to even settle the grants that your unemployed youths perhaps and the elderly might find themselves needing in order for them to survive. And Amabil and Chumasero then said that in a country where there's a huge grant funded by taxes, the employed middle classes are incentivized to leave the country. So by burdening the middle class, then you are basically pushing them out of that country, and you might find yourself at a position whereby you do not have anyone to tax anymore. So I think that is the effect of having excessive taxes. The methodology that we are applying, or we're proposing to apply, is a qualitative methodology where data will be collected around the Mankweng community through in-depth interviews, and a non-statistical purposive method will be used to determine our interviewees. And they will be transcribed verbatim, and we will then analyze them through interpretivism, through using thematical analysis on Atlas TI. Like I said earlier on, we have not gotten really to the findings. The preliminary findings are basically based on what we saw through literature review and what we are observing in terms of the stats of our country. So one of the key insights is that if you were to look at the South African context at the moment, about 67% of the population is getting one or another grant from the government. So there's quite a number of people that are currently relying on grants, and these are the people that cannot choose whether they want green or dark energy. All that they do is whatever energy is given to them, they will have to use that. And the impact from the point of view of entities is that entities can, and in most instances, they tend to move their tax burden to someone else. The very same thing that happens in VAT. You require companies to pay VAT, and then they take the VAT, they move it over to the consumer. So it's the very same thing even with ecological taxes. They find a way to move the burden to someone else. So they do not really take the burden wherever the case may be. And our preliminary conclusion is that although taxes are important, we believe they are very important in ensuring that sustainability is achieved, but they should not be the only way for us to achieve sustainability. There has to be something more that we need to consider. And it is up to the current generation to ensure that the environment is not harmed, and policies that are effected have to actually show that we basically want to reduce that harm to the environment. Consideration should also be taken to environmental policies to allow natural persons to self-sustain as much as consideration is given to environmental sustainability. So we believe that we are going to try to influence or have a drive on policy with the consideration that there should be an established holistical approach to policy that ensures sustainability without burdening or highly taxing the current generation. And we believe that for future research, there has to be more that is done in terms of what is the effect that the environmental taxes would have on individuals, including the effect on increased unemployment and the increase in household expenses. Ladies and gents, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, sir. Then going to the second last session is presenter Chweni, talking about the role of electricity consumption. Okay, can we ask it? Yeah, thank you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chweni Natasha, a first-year Master of Commerce in Economics student at the University of Limpopo. It is indeed an honor for me to stand before you today to present my study titled The Role of Electricity Consumption, Price and Coal Exports on South Africa's Economic Growth. Without wasting any time, I'll begin with the introduction and background. Coal, recognized as a significant energy source, is a mineral commodity that is traded among nations. Such includes South Africa, a developing country that is abundant and heavily reliant on coal as an input for electricity generation. Theoretically, natural resources such as coal should boost economic development by broadening the production capabilities of the economy. However, Badab et al. 2017 has demonstrated an adverse relationship between economic growth and abundance of natural resources, a phenomenon referred to as the resource curse hypothesis, particularly evident in developing countries. Since 2007, South Africa has been facing challenges in the energy sector. So the country's underperformance economically, despite being rich in coal as a major input for electricity generation, is in accord with the resource curse hypothesis. However, South Africa, as one of the largest coal exporters globally, has significantly gained revenue through the exportation of coal by substantially contributing to the nation's trade balance. So according to the Minister of Electricity, electricity prices have increased drastically in the recent years, which is a growing concern for the nation. Now moving on to the statement, the problem statement, South Africa's economic growth has been underperforming for the past decade, as evidenced by the fact that GDP per capita in 2019 was lower than in 2008. So in 2022, GDP decelerated to 1.9%, down from the 4.9% recorded in 2021, which was much lower than the global and African averages of between 3.4% and also 3.8%. So this lackluster economic performance led to various adverse effects, including increased unemployment rates and challenges in funding public services such as healthcare and education. Additionally, it hindered innovation and investor confidence. So according to Danketi et al., energy prices are considered a vital element in facilitating economic growth.
Early in the year 2023, Eskom granted 18.65% average increase in tariffs by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa. So this significantly lowered productivity since the cost of production was high for businesses. The country is currently making efforts to transition from the to generate electricity to greener energy mix. So this shift is projected to have an unfavorable investigate the impact of electricity consumption, price, and coal exports on the economic growth of South Africa for the period 2016 to 2023. There we have the objectives and also the research questions. This study employed 4 theories that will help us comprehend the energy growth nexus, inclusive of coal exports and also price. So the first theory is the Solo growth model, which aims to explain the long-run economic growth through the capital accumulation, labor, and by increases in productivity, which are referred to as technological progress. The second hypothesis is the export-led growth hypothesis, which rests on the notion that the expansion of exports is a key factor in promoting economic growth. The third model is the Hector-on-Lean model, which suggests that nations will export goods that utilize their abundant and affordable resources while importing goods that require their scarce resources. And the last theory is the resource curse theory, which says that economies abundant in resources, particularly minerals and fuel, may face economic challenges which may prevent them from benefiting significantly from their resource wealth. Now, we also reviewed some of the studies that set foot on the energy growth nexus. These include the study of Raham and Yusuf 2015, and these studies employed various research vector autoregression. Moving on to the research methodology, this study adopts the quantitative research methodology and quarterly data ranging from 2016 to 2023, summing up 31 observations will be collected from Quantec for this study. GDP, that is GDP as a function of electricity consumption, price, and coal exports. Therefore, equation 2, that is the econometric model. So the estimation techniques are as follows: correlation analysis followed by the unit root test, co-integration test, the ARDL for long run and short run analysis, additionally diagnostic test and stability test prior to causality test, as well as the impulse response function. I'm going to look at the empirical findings and discussion now. Please note that some of the tests will not be visible on the slides due to time and also space limit. However, they are available on request. So now we have the ARDL results. So here we have the long run results and also the short run results. So in summary, in the long run, electricity consumption was found to have a positive relationship with GDP, and the relationship is significant at 1% level of significance, and also electricity price also had a positive relationship with GDP, and coal export then had a negative relationship with GDP at 5% level of significance. So moving on to the short run results, electricity consumption maintained a positive relationship with GDP. However, there is a negative yet an insignificant relationship, price and GDP. So the coefficient of the co-integration equation, that is negative 1.00, is negative and statistically significant at all levels. This study employed various diagnostic tests in order to validate the model's reliability and robustness. And this include the normality test, the serial correlation test, the heteroscedasticity test. And in all these tests, we failed to reject the null hypothesis, meaning that our residuals are normally distributed, and also the model does not suffer serial correlation and heteroscedasticity. So we also employed, we did the Granger causality test, and we found that there is a unidirectional causality running from economic growth to electricity consumption, meaning that economic growth can be used to predict electricity consumption in South Africa. And also we found that there is a bidirectional causality running between electricity price and also electricity variables can help predict one another. Moving on to the impulse response function, figure 1, there we have the response of electricity consumption to GDP innovation. So the response of electricity consumption to a 1-period shock to GDP results in a marginal negative change. And then moving on to figure 2, that is the response of electricity to electricity consumption innovation. So a 1-period standard deviation shock to electricity consumption marginally rises electricity prices, although the impact on average. Lastly, we have figure 3 that illustrates the response of electricity consumption to electricity price. So a shock to electricity prices reduces the amount of electricity consumption. Moving on to figure 4, that is the response of economic growth to electricity consumption innovation, which says that the response of GDP to electricity consumption is positive in the short run, and however, the impact on average is neutral. And then figure 5, that is the response of GDP to electricity price. So it reveals that initially a shock to electricity prices is neutral, but it is negative in the medium term. However, the impact is ultimately neutral in the long run. So figure 6, that is the GDP, the response of GDP to coal export innovation. So it demonstrates that a shock to coal exports initially reduces GDP, the economic growth, and over the medium term, GDP shows a positive response, but in the long run, the response is neutral. Going on to the conclusion and recommendation of the study examined the role of electricity consumption, electricity price, and also coal exports on economic growth of South Africa for the period 2016 to 2023, quarter 3. So electricity consumption and price was found to have a positive influence on economic growth in the long run, while coal export had a negative impact on GDP. So the results are in line with the a priori expectation. So the study suggests that by reducing coal exports, stakeholders can increase electricity generation and consumption, therefore leading to economic growth. So despite significant increases in the price of electricity in recent years, Eskom is still seeking to implement further electricity hikes. The Minister of Electricity is, however, working with the South African Local Government Association to develop sustainable strategy rising electricity prices, and they are considering an electricity pricing plan in collaboration with Eskom, National Energy Regulator of South Africa, and also local municipalities. So additionally, changes have been made to the electricity pricing plan or system to eliminate components that allowed escalating costs to be passed on to consumers. The ministry also plans to engage the public directly on this issue. Therefore, this suggests a positive outlook for the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, that would be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, so that takes us to the last session for this afternoon. And can I ask the last presenter to come forward, Afunku or Van die Kerk? Okay, there she's coming. And she's going to be talking about financial inclusion in alleviating poverty.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lizzie Mafonko, and I'm from the School of Law. The title of my presentation, as shown on the screen, is The Role of Financial Inclusion and Financial Stability in Alleviating Poverty in South Africa. So this presentation will be, will compose of the following. I'll first give an introduction of the study. I'll provide a research methodology. I'll provide a chapter on the plight of poverty. I'll provide financial stability. I'll outline financial inclusion. I'll give conclusions and recommendations of the study. The synergy between financial inclusion and financial stability is one of the most fundamental principles. Important about such a synergy is that it is foundational to the realization of socioeconomic justice. We all know that South Africa emerges from a system that is premised on disregard for socioeconomic rights. This was done through discrimination and that amounted to socioeconomic disparities and hierarchies. And this has resulted in poverty and inequality even in the current democratic dispensation. But however, the coming into effect of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa in 1996 incepted a new era for South Africa. And this era was so focused on socioeconomic rights, socioeconomic justice, and alleviation of poverty. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is considered one of the most progressive constitutions in the world because it contains within it a Bill of Rights so transformative that it enshrines and protects socioeconomic rights. However, despite this contention, South Africa still remains one of the most unequal and poverty-stricken country in the world. However, paradoxically, the financial sector and the financial system is at the same time also renowned for its well and diverse financial systems. And this is because it's capable of providing various sophisticated financial products to segments of society. The 2008 global financial crisis incepted or culminated a conversations in financial inclusion and financial stability, with the primary focus on achieving sustainable economic growth. The research methodology adopted in the study is that of qualitative. And what the study basically does is that it relies heavily on academic journals, statutes, textbooks, policies, international law, case law, and very importantly, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The plight of poverty in South Africa. Poverty is considered a universal occurrence that transcends geographical boundaries, waving a persistent narrative across all nations all over the world. Its complexities are vast, spanning a wide spectrum of challenges, and the weight of its impact is intense and perceivable. In fact, the weight of poverty is reflected in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. Goal number 1, which is no poverty, or the eradication of poverty. This proves that poverty has a profound influence on human life. And however, the unfortunate reality is that poverty still remains very frustratingly distant to tackle. To address the economic injustices of the past, the South African apartheid constitution, the South Africa's post-apartheid constitution serves as a major effort to redress, and accordingly it's committed to the protection of human rights. Accordingly, the first decade of the constitutional court adjudications has provided legal insight, one of those being the case of the government of the Republic of South Africa v. Grootboom. And this case is considered one of the most important case law for the South African socio-economic jurisprudence. And the reason for this is that in the case, the court established a framework for the determination of socio-economic rights in South Africa. The contention held in Grootboom emphasized that there's a duty that is placed onto the state to take reasonable steps to assist the homeless and South Africans that are living in destitute, marginalized, and poverty impoverished. The court established that the state possesses a responsibility with regards to socioeconomic rights as per the Constitution. The court went on to say that the Constitution defines the court's powers broadly, and it offers the court a broad latitude in carrying out their powers. The court in the case of Grootboom applied and examined whether the government's action to implement socioeconomic interests are reasonable by establishing an examination of whether the government's action may help fulfill socioeconomic rights. I'm not going to get into all the cases because of time, but was also held in the case of Minister of Health v. Treatment Action Campaign, and a somewhat similar contention in the case of Mazibuko v. the City of Johannesburg. So the main contention of the study, or one of the most important contention of the study, is that because South Africa has a very well-developed financial sector, however, it's in a very transformative constitution, it still coexists with crippling levels of poverty. The study proposing using financial inclusion and financial stability to assist in alleviating these poverty levels. But what is financial inclusion? Financial inclusion entails the absence of significant volatility or disruptions with tangible economic impact. It entails robust management practices and sufficient capital and liquidity reserves to withstand both routine and exceptional losses. This ensures that institutions can effectively manage risk, promoting overall financial stability. Following the global financial crisis in 2008, discussions surrounding financial inclusion and financial stability gained prominence. Studies show that South Africa fared better from the GFC than its developing and African counterparts. However, this served as a wake-up call for the South African government, because following the crisis, the South African government recognized the need of a significant shift in how they regulate the financial sector. And this led to the implementation of various approaches, one of which is very important was the promulgation and the enactment of the Financial 2017. In terms of the Financial Sector Regulation Act, the South African Reserve Bank is given significant and a stable financial sector. The Financial Sector Regulation Act further introduces what we call the Twin Peaks model within the South African financial sector. And South Africa is in fact considered one of the few developing countries which first adopted the Twin Peak models. The Twin Peak models is divided into two parts. It has a prudential regulation and market conduct regulation. The prudential regulation focuses on keeping financial institutions safe and stable, while the market conduct regulation focuses on safeguarding consumers and promoting a fair market practices. Financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is about ensuring that everyone, nationally or internationally, must not lead to financial exclusion. It particularly encompasses the importance of ensuring financial access of financial services to all individuals and all communities, regardless of their background or their status. Financial inclusion serves as a strategy adopted by numerous countries to foster more equitable economic and sustainable growth. It is also a key component of the SDG set by the United Nations to advance social, economic, and environmental welfare. Poverty often intertwines with financial exclusion, which financial exclusion can, in certain instances, be voluntary and sometimes can be involuntary. Financial exclusion is linked to systematic inequalities within South Africa. And this is very important given the history and the historical background of South Africa. So it's important to guard against financial exclusion and the marginalized who would otherwise be excluded from the financial sector. Financial inclusion garners on financial access, especially for poor people, because there is a connection between access to financial services and financial inclusion. An inclusive financial system can particularly benefit poor and marginalized communities who otherwise rely solely on limited assets, on limited assets and earnings. This means that addressing the financial need of all segments of society fosters an inclusive financial system, plays a crucial role in promoting and the goal of alleviating. The conclusion of the study. The study found that there is a synergy between financial inclusion and financial stability. And such a synergy is very important to the realization of socioeconomic justices, such as alleviating poverty. The study also finds that we cannot endeavor on trying to alleviate poverty without looking at the historical background of South Africa, being the apartheid and all the other regimes before that. The Constitution brought about or culminated prioritization in socioeconomic rights and socioeconomic justice. While the Constitution did not entirely deal away with disparities, particularly relating to race, gender, and class, it however included it fostered the inclusion of people living in poverty in the financial sector. The study also established that the global financial crisis had a significant impact to the financial stability and financial inclusion in how it operates within the current dispensation. As in conclusion, the study found that financial inclusion and financial stability are vital components for establishing economic growth and can contribute towards the country's efforts of poverty alleviation. And these are the recommendations that the study proposes. The enactment and the promulgation of an act of parliament that would regulate financial inclusion, and this will solidify the equal status and the reinforcing nature of financial inclusion. And the reason for this recommendation is that because financial stability is expressly enacted or perhaps promulgated in the Financial Sector Regulation Act, and the act goes on to specify how the country should ensure financial stability and what are the measures that should be taken in place. But the same is not done to financial inclusion. So because the study proposes that we have to utilize financial inclusion and financial stability, it becomes hard for them to reinforce each other, given that the other one is expressly promulgated in greater detail and the other one is not. Financial inclusion and financial stability initiatives directed at the poor, disadvantaged, and marginalized must be closely monitored. And this is very important given that for financial inclusion and financial stability to thrive, it requires addressing the barriers to financial exclusion and financial instability, particularly amongst the poor people, marginalized, destitute, and disadvantaged, and the low-income people. And this is very important in combating poverty. The third recommendation is there, and the fourth recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this essentially brings us to a decision now that we need to take. This has been a long afternoon. I'm not a lawyer or in law. I know there's something called the labor law that you can't people sitting down for too long. So my suggestion is, I'm not sure, I see one organizer here. May I suggest that you've seen that if you have any questions, you seek them out and talk to them over a glass of wine or a cup of coffee or whatever you drink. Is that okay? Because according to the program, the director of the school must now come and do some announcements, or suppose already had to do it. Yes, sir? Somebody want to say something? Sorry, sir. Questions now? Okay. All right. So how many presenters did we have? 7 or 8, if I remember correctly. There were 4 plus 3, 7, at least 7 that I can remember now. So, of course, we can't keep you here. If you want to go, then of course you can go. But those who want to ask questions, can I? Now it's probably 7 presenters, so if each one gets a question, it takes us to 7 or 8 questions. Okay, can I ask, are there any burning issues? And it's really got to be a burning issue then. You can say so now, and we can take them then in a batch. And yes, sorry, is that a question or a suggestion? Okay, one question, another question, another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was one there. 6. Yeah, but it wasn't you, sir. It was behind you. Okay, but all right. So it's 6. Okay, let us start with the first question here. Has somebody got a mic?
Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Gibson Nyirenda from the School of Accounting. My question goes for Ms. Chwene. Very interesting presentation on energy and coal. I'm sure if the environmentalists that would have listened to you, they would have been, crying. In your opinion, what are the sustainability implications of South Africa actually using more coal for energy? Not from the economic perspective, but from the sustainability perspective. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let's have the next. Did the presenter hear that question? Yeah, okay. Okay, next question, please.
Okay, thank you so much. My question is for Ms. Liopeng. She will forgive me, perhaps, if I wasn't listening attentively, if she's focusing on migration or illegal migrants. My understanding is that migration is a contentious subject leading to a country being labeled xenophobic. So I want to understand, how does the labeling of South Africa xenophobic impact the social integration of foreign nationals, as well as what are the legal framework that exist in South Africa, particularly because the former minister of former Minister Aaron Motsoaledi, he amended, revamped the white paper. So I want to understand if if the legal framework that exists in South Africa protect the right of refugee and asylum seekers, and how might the new white paper enhance or undermine the protection of migrants in South Africa?
Okay, thank you. There's a question about migrants, foreign nationals, and then there is the okay, question number 3. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Musa. My question goes to Ms. Training. What's your justification behind having the speed of adjustment of more than 100%?
Okay, thank you. Next one there, right at the back. Yeah. These are tough questions. I'm glad I don't have to answer them.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I won't ask the other presenter, I'll only ask one presenter. That is it Dr. Setu? Although I acknowledge that you said there is I think you are busy with the paper. However, I just wanted to check with you. Your paper was on the impact of migration on education. I'm missing the education. What is meant by education there? By what you presented, it sounds like you're talking to higher education. And if you say higher education, in which universities did you collect data in Tshwane? Tshwane has 4 public universities. Where did you collect that data? And possibly who authorized? Did you get ethics clearance then from any of these institutions? Or I'm trying to understand if maybe this was empirical, or are you just looking at, I may have missed it. So yeah, if you can just assist on that, please.
Okay, thank you. That was question number 4.
Thanks very much. My name is Lelo Ernest. My question is directed to Tombo NE. I want to attack the concept of green economy. In a country painted with social ills, such as unemployment, poverty, and inequality, do you think green economy is applicable in the country, actually in South Africa? Because we are trying to solve these social ills, but there is a concept of green economy to say, let us take care of the environment and all those kind of things. So I believe that green economy talks to us being environmental friendly, let us not pollute, but we have got industry. We have got industries, and we want to grow our economy. So do you think the concept of green economy is applicable to us, or it was imposed to us by other, I do not know, other countries? Right. Number 2, Mahambani T. I think in your presentation you mentioned like polluter pay principle. That thing has failed already. Actually, companies have got financial muscles to pay for everything. They have money, they have capital, they can even influence their processes. So because polluter pay principle has perhaps failed, actually it has failed because they continue to pollute and pay. But what do you think must happen, because those things of polluter pay principles have failed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Gerda van die Kerk. I don't want to ask a question to Mr. Lepiano, because he said he hopes he doesn't get questions. I just want to tell him that he had beautiful slides. Thanks for that. Then I want to just ask Ms. Ratombo, very interesting, the nexus between the blue and the green economy towards economic growth. And I'm very interested in your findings, but I couldn't hear the last bit in your conclusion. So can you just explain that, but don't explain it like to an economist, explain it like to a lawyer in normal words. I really like to hear that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I hope I am targeting the right presenter. Is it Mr. Mahabaneti? My concern was on the model. On the model, we are looking at 45 companies over 5 years. And I would like to think the way it's explained, you used a pooled OLS model. I think my advice there, and also you have got only one X variable, independent variable, which is carbon taxes, how they influence CO2 emissions of the companies that you looked at. And it was going to be also good if you did not remove the control variables, because the purpose of control variables is to make sure that your estimates are efficient. And remember, you are also advised by policy to what independent variables to include there. So maybe my suggestion there is that instead of relying only on pooled OLS, I don't know whether there is data to increase your time period so that other estimators can become relevant, like fixed effects estimator, random effects estimator. And then when you compare pooled OLS model, fixed effects model, random effects model, you are able to test and see which actually estimator is more efficient. I'm not sure whether that territory is within the domain in accounting, but I have seen it used in finance. So I would like to think it might be applicable, and it can actually improve the robustness and the efficiency of the results, rather than relying on the pooled. Because whatever you do not include in your model as an X variable, it is captured by your error term. And then the error term becomes, it will no longer be white noise, or it will no longer be, it won't be well behaving, and hence it can actually compromise some of the expectations or tests that you are supposed to conduct. So I don't know, if you have got data, it's possible you can increase your time period and then try to see other estimators how your results are going to be like. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's a very technical question, so maybe you can look up, think about it so long. Okay, shall we go back to answering the very first question of Professor Gibson there? I forgot what the question was, but hopefully the person, sorry, ma'am? Sorry? Oh, is there another question? Oh, she wants to respond. Of course, yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nyirenda, thank you so much for the question. It is based on the sustainability implications. So the use of coal well, I can say that the sustainability implication. What can I say? Remember that coal contributes to high emissions, which are called greenhouse gases. So these gases contribute to climate change, right? So we have now air pollution, which can cause respiratory diseases for the humans, and therefore we're going to have human capital will be impacted, right? So now our economic growth will do what will be affected also, and also we have land degradation, and also what can I say? I don't know.
Tell him you will think about it.
Health risk, right? So yeah, moving on to Musa's question of the co-integration equation. So the co-integration equation must be negative, right? And also significant. And that is the case in my study, right? So the fact that it is 1, it means that the speed of adjustment happened in that one period. That, since I'm dealing with quarterly data, it happened completely. So it doesn't really necessarily mean that it will have much effect on the policy policy making of yes. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I like the answer. I hope everybody else liked it. All right, can we then go to the next question? If I recall, it was about migrants and foreign nationals. Yeah, any you responding? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manager, for the questions. I'm just not sure if I captured them correctly, but I think your first question was on South Africa being perceived as a xenophobic country and what would be the implications thereof. I think the negative implications would be that, as I mentioned in my introduction, I said that South Africa is part of the global world, so it forms part of the International Organization of Migration. So then being labeled as xenophobic country, then it goes against the principles that the International Organization for Migration stands for. Also, it will be going against what the World Health Organization stands for. And again, the other negative implication would be that in a case where the country would need skilled laborers from other countries, there might be some sort of reluctance from those who might want to come to South Africa because of the xenophobic attacks that experienced by migrants in our country. And also, I think to some point it might discourage investors who might want to invest in our country. Then the second question is one that I did not capture very well: frameworks that regulates migration in South Africa. I had also mentioned them on part of my literature review. So firstly, we have the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996, wherein the Bill of Rights indicates that all the citizens in South Africa have rights to basic services, education, health, regardless of their status, be it you're legal or illegal. It's not clear there. And then again, we also have the Immigration Act of 2002. We also have the Refugee Act, and also recently in 2022 there was a launch of the Border Management Authority, which is also enshrined in the Border Management Authority Act. And also, like you mentioned, we also have the white paper, which was recently amended. I believe it was late last year, around November. And then the third question was also on the white paper, and I heard you mentioning the former Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. I did not get that, but I just want to highlight that the white paper on migration seeks to identify clear criteria to determine the class of prohibited migrants. It I believe the white paper wants to restore order in the country because now, according to one regulation, so I believe with the white paper in place, it's trying to restore order and also to be able to identify who's supposed to be in the country and who's not supposed to be, so that formal and correct measures can be taken, like arresting, appearing before the court, then deportation. Because in Tulamela, when I was collecting data, one of the law enforcement manager indicated that on the street vendors in Venda, when they were busy checking their eligibility to be in the country, they discovered that some of them selling everything, they're operating, they've got shops. But when they try to check the documents, they don't have valid permits to be in the country, be it the work permit or study permit, or some have study permit, but they are not studying, they are operating shops. And also some, I don't know if maybe it's lack of education or what, but some mistaken passport as a work permit. So those are some of the questions that I think I grasped from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I've lost track of where we were. Was there a question there? Yeah. Whom did you direct it to, sir? Sorry, was a question for you. Okay, so can we give the mic, please?
Firstly, thanks for the considerations from Dr. Zanje. Yeah, they'll be taken into consideration for the purpose of the study on increasing the time period of the study. And to answer your question, sir, about failing paying polluters, the problem is that we cannot say that it has failed when it has just recently been implemented, because now studies that have been conducted with the other countries regarding this have proven that if there's high taxes, because of these high taxes on the carbon emissions, these carbon emissions have been reducing. So meaning that since it has recently been introduced in South Africa, we cannot just claim that it has been, it has failed, because if you also check, there isn't sufficient or enough information to get to that conclusion on the fact that it has failed. Because if you check the reports that are being published by these companies that are high polluters, to say with the corporate social responsibility reports, those reports are not mandatory from the JSE listed requirements. So they are reports that are published for the stakeholders per se. So the amounts that they are paying for the carbon taxes, some of them are not being disclosed, but those amounts are being paid over to SARS. So we cannot assume that these amounts are insignificant to their pockets, because as you said, they have a lot of money to be able to pay for whatever is being charged at them, but they are not disclosing as of how much they are paying. So we don't know whether it's significant in terms of the amounts that are being charged. So for it to be significant in this instance, as proven by the other literatures, there needs to be higher taxes that are being levied on these companies to be able to reduce those carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, then there was another question right there at the back, if I'm not mistaken. To whom was that directed?
Can I just say thank you to Prof. Gerda? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful questions. I'll answer all my questions. The first question was based on, is it possible for South Africa to apply green economy? Then my answer would be yes, because already South Africa is applying a green economy. If you check most of the document which they are issuing, they have documented some of sustain the green economy. I've indicated the issue of RRR. So the only concern which may be there, It's just that we have to balance economic growth and together with blue and green economy. The other thing which is making it to look like it's failing is because some of the policies which they adopt from other countries, they just apply it as a matter of trial and error. You find that it failed at the process. But if we have not reached the year 2030, of which most of the sustainable development goals are targeted to be achieved, then I think it's possible for us to achieve green economy. So that's the other reason why the current study has come to rescue, so that policymakers can also make consideration or align some of the policies which will also refreshes the economic growth. Okay, explanation of the findings in a way that a lawyer can understand. So to briefly explain, the result is that the standard of living is very low. That's why the variables which is representing the blue and green economy are surpassed the economic group. So it shows that there is a high level of environmental degradation. So it also means that these variables contribution to the standard of living or to the GDP per capita is very low compared to the benefits which they are achieving. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, I've just been reminded that, you know, in a court of law you can say no comment. So you don't have to respond to every question. Are there any outstanding ones? There's one that I really liked, which was about the quality of the presentation. We'll come to that.
Thank you, Prof, for the questions. The first one that I took note of was in terms of the title, or rather the topic of the study, which reads the effect of migration on higher education. I think that needs an adjustment in terms of your questions to say which are those. But the readjusted will be on higher education institutions. And if you look at the paper itself, it has indicated the universities and colleges that have been targeted or studied, which are the University of Pretoria, TUT in the city of Tshwane, UNISA, and one TVT college. It is indicated in terms of the sampling of the study and also how the data was collected. The second, or rather the third question that I noted was in terms of the approval, who gave me the approval in terms of the study. Firstly, I consulted the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality itself. And secondly, in those institutions that I highlighted, they have the Directorate on International Relations, where I had specific people whom data was collected from. And lastly, if I heard you correctly, Prof, was in terms of, I think this will go hand in glove with the issue of ethics. There was no way that I could dodge the ethical clearance application, especially that the study is registered in the university. So I sourced out ethical clearance application from the university, and that is why I got firstly approval from the City of Tshwane, and then also that my ethical clearance has been sourced out. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, he's not here to hear it now, so no, anyway. Okay, would you, there was a question about the quality of the presentation. Would you like to say something on that, sir? Sorry? So if you ever want to go for something beyond PowerPoint, try that one. Okay, so I think that is about it from me. Can I hand over to one of the organizers or one or more of the organizers? Where is there? And that one points to him, he points to that one. So where must I look now? Oh, there. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have come to the end of our proceedings for day one of our 3-day international conference. We still have 2 days to go. And at this stage, I wish to reiterate the words expressed by Professor O.S. Sibanda, our Executive Dean, during his opening remarks. So this is our first international conference organized under the auspices of the Faculty of Management and Law at the University of Limpopo. This conference has assembled scholars drawn from various disciplines for cross-pollination of ideas. Drawing from multidisciplinary perspectives, as a collective, we believe that our academic and scholarly research will yield the much-needed solutions aimed at unraveling the myriad and complex contemporary issues facing the Global South in the main. These issues transcended the fields of accounting, economics, business management, development, law, public administration, and peace and security. On behalf of the Faculty of Management and Law, we thank our delegates, participants, researchers for sharing their critical insights with us, anchored within our conference theme, namely integrating sustainable, legal, economic, and leadership innovations amidst global conflicts and environmental challenges. I wish to express our gratitude to our session chairs, namely Professor Van Del Pol, Professor C.A. Maimela, Professor T.S. Mazivandila, and Professor I.C. Chose, for their sterling work in presiding over the sessions, including our program director, Mr. Stan Mchambisi, the director of the School of Accountancy, who urged us to begin to debunk conventional theories and paradigms in our quest to finding solutions attuned to our own context, as well as Professor Karen Mas, our guest speaker, who also shared with us her insights around issues related to sustainable development in the context of Europe, of course. Colleagues, I also have a couple of announcements to make. The first is to say that there will be a game drive tomorrow, that is Wednesday morning, at 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the morning. And in the afternoon, we'll have another one after the program at 16 hours to be exact. The second announcement to make is to say that also on Thursday, there will be a morning and afternoon game drive, all offered at the courtesy of the hotel, free of charge. Please find time to enlist your name at the reception of the hotel. You don't have to pay a cent. The third announcement I wish to make is to say that on behalf of the organizers of the conference, I would like to invite you to a welcoming ceremony, which will serve as our glitz and glamour occasion. The venue of that welcoming ceremony is just adjacent to this venue, over there. Mr. Nkwan. Okay, so we'll be going there. Starting time is 17:30 to 18 hours this evening. We're looking forward to welcome you at the occasion. The fourth announcement to make is to say that we appeal to everyone, especially tomorrow, to strictly adhere to the program. We're starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll like to urge all our presenters to be on time for the first segment of the program tomorrow. The fifth announcement also to make is to request all presenters for tomorrow's proceedings to send us their PowerPoint presentations at their earliest convenience at the following address: fml@ufip.edu.za. ul.ac.za. We'll really appreciate your cooperation in this regard. Colleagues, this concludes today's proceedings, and I thank you.